Boom, 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 boom. Smacks, it's time, baby. We're back. It felt like forever, man. After we finished our last PlayVS broadcast back in May, we took a break. We were waiting for all the other finalists from each of the states around the country and even over our neighbors up north battling out. And we finally have the creme de la crop here, Smacks. The grand finals here for PlayVS Spring 2021 High School Championships. And oh my goodness, I want to get into game right away, but I know we're still waiting on the players to just get through the lobby, make sure that the mouse and the keyboards are ready. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mark Rafa Alexander Aramide, and joining me on the cast is my trusty compadre, Mr. Sam Smacks Hyde. And dude, it has been quite a journey to get here.
It absolutely has. We have watched so many games leading up to this point, so many finals across the entire hemisphere of the world here. And we're finally here with the finals of the PlayVS Cup. It is my understanding that these teams have been playing all day today to get to this series as well. And not to mention all the games that led up to today as well. We are in a best of 5 as well. So what that means, we might have 5 whole games of League of Legends on this stream for you all today. And we know LCS is going on right now, but you don't want to watch that. You want to stay right here and catch these high schoolers duke it out for the PlayVS Cup.
Yeah, TSM CLG, snooze fest. We got PlayVS High School finalists from California in Sunny Hills High School, which we did get a chance to show on broadcast back in the later weeks of May, against the Virginia representatives in Parkview High School, aka Section. We didn't get a chance to see them on broadcast, but that is what makes them so terrifying and kind of a wild card here, because for us, Max, we didn't get any tape, so we have no idea, but we did get to speak with their coach, Galen, just now.
We absolutely did, and we got to speak with both of the coaches too, or at least the coaches of both teams here for Sunny Hill. They did have 2 of their representatives there, but they, well, first of all, we asked them if they had any trash talk, and they were just so wholesome. They didn't give us any trash talk. It was honestly a little bit disappointing how nice they were to each other, but you know, that is okay, because
just a little bit,
Yeah, we're just excited to be here, and we're excited that all of these kids are having that same level of excitement here too, because I mean, we just want to see some fun League of Legends, and it's a lot better when they're not, you know, throwing chairs at each other and beating each other up off of the Rift. Of course, we want to see a lot
virtually. Yeah. You know, we're it's not real violence. You know, especially for the parents at home. It is virtual violence. I don't know how else we sell it in a more wholesome way.
When Set punches you in the face in the game, you do not feel it in real life. It's all right.
They are beating each other up with love. You know, it is a sign of endearment. That's why whenever I do 1v1s with Smacks and he totally trashes me in Bard 1v1s
and Mundo.
And man, all right, I'm going to leave now.
We can't forget that one time.
No, I didn't want that to be brought up. Man,
we got to try the new Mundo dodgeball. Maybe it's changed. Maybe the meta is different now.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, the new Mundo. You know, that is going to be one of the things that we have to figure out, as we're actually not sure if Dr. Mundo, or at least the reworked Dr. Mundo, will be allowed on in this tournament, because brand new reworked champion. We're actually getting confirmation now to see whether that will be allowed, because if he is, then we got loads to talk about, but we're going to save that conversation for later, Smacks. What I do want to talk about are things that definitely will be allowed, and one of them you already brought up before we went live on the broadcast is Ziggs, a potential powerhouse mid lane pick.
Yeah, so it's been a couple of patches since we were last here on this broadcast going for some League of Legends high school championship things. I believe the last time you saw us, we were on 11.10. It might have even been 11.9 in the MSI patch, but we are all the way over to 12 now. And while this patch isn't the largest of all of them, we did get the new Mundo that you mentioned. He's a reworked champion, has a lot of extra strength as well. And we also got that Ziggs buff. And the Ziggs buff, it's only 2 minor things, at least on paper, but the ultimate change is quite gigantic because it makes it so much easier to land that ability. It's so fast. And while I think in the long run it might not be as broken as it is right now, but the thing about a change like that, when you change the speed of an ability, it catches so many people off guard. I've seen it so many times where they change the speed or they change the range of something. It's just like, how did I get hit by that? How did that just happen? And I feel like that's probably going to happen to Ziggs today.
Yeah, the other time that we saw a travel speed adjustment affect the playability of a champion and how busted it was the Gragas ultimate back in like what season 7-ish, maybe.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while. It's between season 6 and 8, because at some point Gragas ulti, you could combo body slam flash into the ultimate and you could guarantee, but now the travel speed is always the same whether you're right up close to them or if you're super far away. But you know, Gragas ulti, that happened a while ago, Smacks. For now, we have to get ready for draft phase, as the bans will be coming out soon. I'm gonna be curious to see what Parkview prioritizes, because we know for Sunny Hills, back when we saw these guys play during the California finals against La Quinta, looking at players like Midhard and Cal Cavalier, these two were dynamite. Barrack as well in the top lane.
Yeah, I am looking forward to seeing them in action yet again. We've already gone through all of the bans. Some enchanters off the table, the Senna and the Seraphine. Those two can be flexed around a little bit. You got to take those ones away. Udyr as well was just nerfed this week, but is still a quite strong jungler. But we're already in through a couple of these marksman champions, and Ezreal is one that has recently been popping up because his item of the Divine Sunder is a lot stronger now. So his damage is now through the roof. He is still a scaling pick, but he has some range in that bottom lane, and for Sun Chang, we're going to have to see if he can make that one work now. Potentially paired up with the Galio support.
Galio can be also slotted into that mid lane role, although there's a ton of bruisers at play in the mid lane, so it doesn't really make Galio's life that easy, and it's probably not as preferred or the ideal play to exist in mid lane. But depending on where Parkview decides to slot in as a mid laner pick, then maybe Galio can exist. But you were speaking about Divine Sunderer users, and actually one of the potential picks that has kind of popped back up into the meta, even though, as a jungler, I'm tired of seeing Udyr and Hecarim, because we had like 2 patches where they were just god tier with Chem Tank, but now Hecarim is kind of coming back in, using the Divine Sunderer as his main power spike.
He's had a few buffs on the month as well, and the Divine Sunder does push him over that edge into viability, and we will be seeing Terra play him in the jungle most likely, but it will be up against Fiddlesticks, which is another one of these champions that is more recent and more popular too. A very safe jungler. You can clear all of the camps with ease. Well, maybe not with ease. Sometimes it's a little difficult to get the proper positioning down right, but you certainly will not die to the camps as Fiddlesticks.
It does take a few runs in Practice Tool to get the ideal Fiddlesticks clear run.
That's what Practice Tool's there for, though.
Yeah, thank goodness. You know, Sandbox mode definitely has been OP ever since its addition to League of Legends and the client overall. God bless. That is definitely one of the best changes that we've gotten. Well, let's take a quick look at the compositions that Parkview and Sunny Hills have drafted so far, Smacks. You got Sunny Hills. You have some safe range in this Ezreal, and whether this is Galio goes support or mid, you have the ability to follow up as secondary engage. Not necessarily the best as primary engage, but Fiddlesticks Crowstorm, that sounds like some damn strong primary engage.
Absolutely, especially when you do land the sweepers as well to clear out all of that vision. The control words too can be so useful, and the circles have not stopped quite yet, Rafa. We do now have this Wukong being locked in for the top lane for Barrack. And
more
engage, more dive, more AoE, more killing everybody at the same time for the Sunny Hills composition. But it's been matched. We're going all in all the time, Rafa. We got Malphite. We got maybe there's Orianna here too.
Make the Wombo happen.
Yeah!
Par- Normally, when you see strong dive compositions from the enemy team, you might be thinking, oh crap, we got to get some disengage. We need some control mages. We need like disengage. We need terrain control. Nah, man, we just answer back with our own strong engage. You think you got strong engage? Well, we got unstoppable force comboing with the onslaught of shadows and the shockwave.
Ooh.
Oh, Smacks, it's a party for this game one.
Yeah, I feel like this game is going to be like a game of paintball with all the circle splatters that just appear every which way. These guys are going to be going in all the time, and it did not stop with that last pick either. It's looking like a Lee Sin for mid-hard. Oh, man. All right, so we have some very exciting champions, some very mechanically intensive champions as well. But there's one champion among all of these that stands out to me just a little bit as not really being that, and that's Sun Cheng's Ezreal, actually.
Yeah.
This is not really a dive champion. This is not really a champion where you want to be going in all the time. So, if Sun Cheng does survive the onslaught of Parkview section, then maybe he can be okay with not diving in, and maybe he can be that really pesky, like, fly on the wall, can't quite hit him with the fly swatter ever.
Yeah, one of the things that we were discussing over the course of this week in semi-pro and academy, there have been a lot of strong, engaged team fighting compositions that have been drafted by multiple teams in those two scenes respectively. And either your AD carry that you draft is something along the lines of either a Kaisa or a Tristana, because both of those AD carries have strong mobility that allows them to follow up on those engages, right? But this Ezreal, as you've already pointed out, popping back into the meta thanks to the Divine Sunder being a strong mythic item purchase now, Ezreal is not necessarily a champion that wants to dive. It can follow up with the Arcane Shift, but you're picking Ezreal because you're saying, hey, the rest of this team doesn't want to have to care about your safety. We're going in. You deal with the oppressors on your own, man. You know, if someone's diving you, that's not our problem. We're diving them, right?
Well, that's the nice thing about Ezreal, too, because he's very self-sufficient. It's not something like a Jinx where if everybody's diving in and Jinx is just sitting there like, well, my team's all gone. Hope I don't get Malphite ultimate and then killed. Ezreal can just dodge away from that. And like you said, he can use that Arcane Shift to dive in with his team, too. Usually it's not what you're looking to do for Sun Cheng in this game, but he does have that possibility. So we'll see if they do get on the offensive for Sunny Hill. Of course, this is a best of 5 as a reminder. So this is only the first game. Could potentially have just a 3-0 sweep. But for me, I'm feeling like this is going to go all the way. I'm feeling like we're going to get a long series right now. And that's what I'm excited for.
Yeah, and so taking a look at that bottom lane, I wouldn't imagine. I just kind of want to instantly neutralize any action because you have a Tristana Thresh, so you have some pick potential, you have some all-in potential. But if you're going up against an Ezreal Galio, as long as the Galio is playing back, Ezreal has the range to be able to also farm from afar. I would imagine you're not going to be winning the push war either, so you're going to be sustaining a lot of pressure on the bottom side of the lane, but that's fine. The composition is drafted to potentially play towards the top side of the map where you have drafted strong laners in Wukong and Lee Sin. So, but then the caveat, Smacks, is that you actually have a Fiddlesticks. So with those two lanes, I wonder if we're going to see any action in those solo lanes at all, trying to set up for Fiddlesticks to potentially get invades or try to contest for crabs, or if we're going to see just a handshake of lanes across the board.
Yeah, it is interesting when you do draft Fiddlesticks because he is one of those champions that really does require that level 6 mark when you do get the Crow Storm active, and you can have that huge AoE, crowd control, damage, engage, all the things that you could possibly want from a champion like that. But you do still have some power in those early levels. You do have a point and click fear. That is just a nice bit of crowd control for your early lanes as well. You can have that silence from your E. So you're not completely left out to dry as Fiddlesticks, but you can't really move around very much. You typically do just want to stay in one place and then lock into the ground, activate that Bountiful Harvest, and farm away. So with lanes like Wukong and like Lee Sin, maybe you're right. Maybe we can see some of those early engages, because Wukong and Lee Sin have a lot of damage in the early game, and not a lot of items are needed for that either. So maybe that is going to be the point of power here for Sunny Hill in the early game. But my money's on the real blood to start to shed once these teams do hit that level 6, and once we do have all of the circles, so we can start making those Venn diagrams.
Okay, so what you're telling me, Smacks, is that because both of these solo laners don't really have the strongest early game jungler on either side, considering it's Fiddlesticks versus Hecarim, both of these junglers kind of want to just coast to 6, wait for that first mythic item power spike, maybe let the dragons, go over to whoever has push priority, but then compete for either the second or the third dragon of the game. Is that what I'm getting from you, Smacks?
I'd say so. Maybe the third dragon as well, if you want to go a little bit later here too, just to lock that one down. Because the third dragon, we've seen some of these teams in semi-pro and above that. We know that's the big point of contention for a lot of the big team fights.
Yeah, I think... and a lot of their tier 2 boots have been completed. That mythic item has been purchased as well, and that's when a lot of their champions are incredibly strong. And when you look across the board, it rings true here as well for the champions that both Parkview and Sunny Hills have drafted. But check this out, Smacks. We have a 5-man stack in the bottom side of the map.
Toroan, I don't know if you want to do that, man. I don't know. This is a dangerous place to be, if you ask me. Perhaps is going to be recalling. This is just going to be a ward drop down by Sunny Hill. Okay. All right. It's safe. You can come out now.
Okay. My heart was racing there for a second for Tor 1. I wasn't ready to see pull up the CSI crime scene tape just yet. It's a little too early, Smacks. We got a full 5-game series. Got to pace ourselves for this. So, hope everyone at home's got some water bottles. You got some good snacks, because we're in it for the long haul, and it's going to be a hell of a series, especially considering that these kids have also been playing the entire day, as you already mentioned before, Smacks.
Absolutely, not just today, but the past few months as well have all led up to this series in particular, and all the teams have been fighting to get to this exact one, and only one of them will be the champion by the end. And by one of them, I mean school. Of course, there's going to be 5 players, which is the nice thing about League of Legends. It's a team game. You got to make sure that your team is performing and that you are playing up to snuff too. It's a lot of pressure for these kids in this last and final best of 5 series, but they've made it this far. I am excited to see what they've got in store for us today.
Yeah, Smacks, did you just say League of Legends is a team game?
It is.
Well, based on my solo queue record, it doesn't feel like that. So, yeah,
well,
I'm
the thing about solo queue is you're still playing with a team, but it's just that your team is a bunch of robots, and the robots say mean things to you, and then you're
man,
like, oh, that's a little bit sad.
It hits too close to home, as it's just one of those things. But that's why I love PlayVS, man, because even though their players are on the younger side and they still have things to learn, the coaches and the programs that they've got that have set them up have taught them very valuable communication skills, leadership skills, just being able to work as a team, as we're already seeing the fruits of labor for one of these players, Barrick, who, through this program, has actually gotten accepted to UCI varsity. So, and that, for those that don't know the collegiate scene that well, or what's up?
I said, that's big.
Yeah, no, it is. Because UCI, in recent history, has been one of the top collegiate programs. I distinctly remember them being able to make it to at least the semifinals back in, I want to say 2017, 2018, if memory serves correctly.
Yeah, very, very good school. They've had some former pros as well, like Mike Young was previously on their roster. For those of you who are familiar with good old Michael. formerly on TSM. So yeah, some really big names going to that school. Congratulations to Barrick there. It's really, really exciting. But you were saying, Rafa, about the coaches and the players and all of that. Like we were saying before, they were very wholesome with their quote unquote trash talk that they were giving to us before. So the motivation is all pure. It's not any vengeance or anything, which is great. It's great.
Man, I was hoping just for a little bit. I know we are being, you know, very wholesome and genuine, and we're in a spirit of competition or having good sportsmanship, which is great. Don't get me wrong. But I think when you have developed good friendships and have a good understanding with everyone else, then you're in a safe space to have some trash talk for fun, you know. But it's not in mean spirited. I think is the thing that is most important. As Smacks, I know we've been kind of just coasting over the early game. I just want to remind everyone at home that when we were looking at these compositions, we shouldn't really expecting to be seeing too much early action. A lot of the champions that both Sunny Hills and Parkview have drafted for themselves excel in team fights. You do have some strong laners in Barrack and mid-hards, Wukong and Lee Sin right now, but their junglers are not necessarily the best at ganks before level 6, so right now they're taking decent-sized advantages in lane, but apart from that, that's just kind of it.
The lane advantage has been pretty big, at least for Barrack. Up in this top lane, you can see the CS lead is growing up to about 10 right now. Really trying to be careful of any potential ganks up there, but Cal Cavalier has got other things in mind. We'll be going over to the Drake, and it's something that you can get away with when you have all this priority in your soul lanes. You can see Midhard was able to push Zephyr under that turret, forcing the teleport, and then just coming on over to this Drake. There it is. Smite it away. Soon Chang gets to Arcane Shift over that wall, and Sunny Hill take the first big objective off of the map. That's going to be an Infernal Drake for them.
Did he stop? Oh, he didn't get to stop it. That would have been pretty massive for Soon Chang to be able to stop Namor's recall. And then it would have caused him to potentially stay for another wave, but it's going to get his first big recall for this lane. Is that... oh my gosh. I'm blanking on this name. I was about to say recurve bow. It's like, wait, that's not it.
The Noon Quiver?
Yes, Noon Quiver. Thank you. See, this is why you're the color caster, and I'm just the guy that just shouts when things blow up on screen.
I think as the color caster, I'm just supposed to know that it's a blue and brown item, and you're supposed to know the name of it.
Oh no. Well,
that's the color of it.
That's not part of the memo. Do we actually have action? That is well, that's a TP blown for Barrack, as Tarek was trying to steal some chicken nuggets away from Cal Cavalier. Doesn't actually make the steal happen, but forces a teleport out. So that's potentially big for another objective fight in the next few minutes here, Smacks.
Very true. Luckily for Sunny Hill, they did already take away the Drake, so Barrack not needed for that one. But the second Drake of the game will not feature the Monkey King unless he does just walk. Which, you know, he's pretty fast champion. He's got the boots already strapped to his monkey feet, but might take a little while longer. You can see Cal Cavalier is trying to make a gank happen in the top lane, but actually down 3 camps to Terror in this game, who has had a really nice time just farming away at the camps, and thus is a level up. You can see Hecarim already has access to the ultimate ability, and Crowstorm is still ticking.
Have somewhat of a push here in the bottom side of the map as well, but so far it doesn't really seem like Parkview has the means to set up for a dive, as Terror was not quite in prime position here. Meanwhile, top lane, though, you said that Cal Cavalier was potentially thinking about a dive onto the top side of the map. You always got to be careful, though, about diving a Malphite, because you go in, and then he gets a easy, super large knockup with that unstoppable force right under the tower. You might take 2 turret shots too many, and that could be the result of your death. So making sure that you are chunking out hemorrhage before you make that dive happen is necessary. Yeah. And recognizing that, he already had the recall, right?
I want to take a look at this top lane again, though, because for Barrack, you can see that there was a really big wave pushing against him, and I wanted to see if he was going to freeze it. It looks like he actually is doing that, so by building up the blue minion wave, instead of killing it as fast as possible for Barrack, he is making sure that Hemorrhage does not actually get to kill any of the minions that he would like to, and thus is going to grow that CS lead even further. So this is a really nice strategy that we're seeing used up in that top lane, and I was curious to see if Hemorrhage was actually going to teleport to try to save that situation, but he decided against it and will still have that team fight utility for later on. So a very selfless decision by Hemorrhage to do that, and we'll see if it will pay off in the future.
Yeah, check this out where the rotation of the other members of Parkview High School are happening. You see that mid lane is shoving out right now, and Torwan has made the early move over to secure this Rift Herald. Cal Cavalier and the rest of Sunny Hills High School are not in position at all to contest for this. There's not another objective that they can answer in response or get anything meaningful out of it. It looks like Soon Chang and Pixel being dedicated to this bottom side of the map. It does grow a CS lead for Soon Chang, but Barrack, knowing that the rest of the members for Parkview were missing, has to potentially secede a little bit of this wave.
He's going to recall and give up that turret plating here. Could potentially get dove under his own turret there. The strength of the Malphite ultimate is just way too big when it comes to those turret dives, and he did hear that the Rift Herald was taken by Terra, so he knows that there is a Hecarim on that side of the map, and potentially on him as well, which is never a fun time for anyone, let alone Wukong in that top lane. But will be wisely taking that recon.
Yeah.
We'll get some extra boots as well with the Mercury treads.
So here's my next question of action on the map. We got a dragon coming in 20 seconds. I know it's not the third dragon, as we pointed out before, but Barrack is getting chunked out right now. He doesn't have teleport, won't have it in time for this dragon take. If the members of Parkview rotate in time, Hemorrhage has teleport. He has the advantage over to Barrack. He will have this Unstoppable Force as well to make an impact play, where Barrack, he's confined to his tower. He might not be able to join, but I don't know if the rest of Parkview is actually in position because Terra and Zephyr also recalled right before, so, you know, I'm going to take the whole point back, Smacks. I was ready to throw you and set you up. It's like, oh, this could be a climactic fight. It's like, nope. Sunny Hills get another dragon for free.
Yeah, not quite. It is going to be Terra walking back onto the Rift with the full Divine Sunderer, which is the fruit of his labors, taking away all of the camps from earlier. You can see he's still up quite tremendously in that regard, but yeah, it does not have the same positioning, does not have the same priority to go ahead and take that Drake. Barrack, Cyclone.
Oh, the corrupting pod? It's not going to be enough. Hemorrhage being super patient and might have baited Barrack into Terror to come up for the reinforcements, and first blood goes to Parkview High School.
Just a nice gank up there from Terra. Like I was talking about, he did come back onto the Rift with the Divine Sunder. It's just so much damage. Was able to clean up the monkey in the top lane on Barrack. Hemorrhage actually was so close to going down in this fight. That's the difference between having the Bramble Vest extra armor and not having it. Survives on the play right there. Barrack not able to take him out, and then there's no spells left for Wukong. Terror finds the first blood. I do believe that we could have potentially seen Soon Chang throw the True Shot Barrage up top lane, but by the looks of it, that did not end up happening. It is just going to be the 1-for-0.
Speaking of True Shot Barrage, almost hits Namor. Had to force the flash as well, since the rocket jump was in the line of fire. That's both summoners burned down, where Soon Chang has both of his just on lock. We did see a Crowstorm burned mid as well, and level 1 Fiddlesticks ulti is quite long on the cooldown.
Definitely is. See, it's going to be up about of the third of the time has already passed on it. But something I do want to mention, apart from that kill earlier, is that the side of Parkview actually has been able to take down a couple of plates. One top and almost two top, and then also two of them in the mid lane. I think the mid lane one is mostly just a product of Zephyr being a ranged champion against Lee Sin and finding that push advantage. But despite the CS lead and despite the some use of priority from the members of Sunny Hill, it has still been a couple of those a couple of the moments of just weakness right there. And I'm also getting word that that was the use of the Rift Herald in the mid lane too, to cause
that would make sense. I was about to say, it's like, man, I don't think we saw Zephyr hit the plates that much, but you know what?
Yeah.
The Rift Herald,
That
a little
makes
bit
a
of
little more
deduction, and also our lovely production filling us the info in our ear, just like this. Gives us the insight that us
There's a
casters
teleport,
need.
Rafa.
Oh, teleport? Teleport angle right here? Oh, look at the bot lane. We've got some action. Mid-hard. Well, that was anticlimactic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was still definitely still something that happened, but as it turns out, Dark Passage. Yeah,
Such a
that's
damn
all
good
I got.
ability, isn't it? And
Yes, it is.
I will say, even though Thresh was released before Tom Kench, Dark Passage is a much more exciting ability to see used than Devour. That ability just kills the fun in games, man. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. That's why they're making it his ultimate in the future. I don't know if you saw that, but they're swapping Tom Kench's ultimate and his W, so they will be changed. Anyway,
Well,
that hasn't
almost
happened yet.
yeah. 15 minutes almost into the game here, Smacks. We're kind of chilling as we've only seen one kill go over to the side of Terror, being able to capitalize on the fact that Barrick tried to go for the 1v1 on a Hemorrhage, was baited, didn't have enough damage on his end, and the first turret actually goes over to favor of Hemorrhage. So Barrick
Yeah.
kind of fallen back in this lane now.
Yeah, this Malphite as well, which I didn't mention before because the buff isn't that big, but was buffed on this patch, does deal a little bit more damage with the W claps. If I don't remember the name, so I'm just gonna call it the claps. It's a really strong trading tool in the mid lane, especially, or in the top lane rather, when you do have a lot of armor built up. So we're seeing that get put to good use on the turret, especially as Hemorrhage still just shrugging off all of this extra damage from Barrick. You can see the Barrick is also going for the Divine Sunderer, but doesn't quite have it yet and can't shred through this really tanky rock in his road.
That's a good ice cream flavor too, Smacks. Rocky Road. And it's banger.
I think Hemorrhage is a little more bulky than a marshmallow, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think you would want to be chewing on Malphite flavored ice cream. That might break your teeth. As mid-hard, the rest of Sunny Hills High School are trying to poise themselves around this dragon as the third dragon has spawned. It is Ocean Dragon, very pivotal for both teams to contest. Sunny Hills would love to have it as mid-hard goes in for the kick flash right into the bounce house. Pixel and Cow Cavalier are able to follow up beautifully. Barrick gets the teleport off, and it's just a wipe in the river.
Mid-hard is crazy, man. Did you see the Lee Sin play right there? I know you did, Rafa. I know you did.
Hey, come
because
on, man.
you are a Lee Sin player as well. You might want to take some notes if we're playing League of Legends later.
All
Because
right,
that
listen.
was
Listen.
nasty.
He had a sick, nasty ward hop kick flash, dude. I respect it. Yeah. Break it
Let's
down.
watch
Smacks.
it again.
Yeah,
Let's
yeah.
watch it again. Because he starts this off, he's just trying to clear some vision for his team, be a good teammate. But then he kicks in the NOS. We're about to watch some Lee Sin juice. He misses the Q. Unfortunate. But then,
Bam!
the kick flash, knocking them right into the waiting arms of Pixelin's Galio. And speaking of Pixelin, gets this ultimate down just to knock up Hemorrhage, making sure that there is no play to be had. A 3-for-0 for Sunny Hill. That's going to be their third Drake in a row. I told you the third Drake is where we'd see the action.
It's almost like we know how to do our jobs or something. That's pretty cool. It's almost like we watch this game.
How wise.
Back to the back to the action for this game one. Even though Sunny Hills come out with a massive win in this river skirmish, picking up the third dragon of the game, they're still slightly down in gold. But the one advantage that they do have, Smacks, is that they are one dragon away from claiming Ocean Soul.
Absolutely, it's a lot of extra healing. And on champions that, frankly, don't need it. You have the Fiddlesticks with the Bountiful Harvest. When he is getting all that extra healing too, that's when you know that it's time to buy an Executioner's Calling. Of which we haven't seen them quite yet built up. Hemorrhage does have a Bramble Vest just to help out in the early lane. It's going to help out even more once he does cut the healing from Cow Cavalier, but you're probably going to need to be a little bit more widespread than that.
Oh,
nice cancel.
Well, mid-hard, does he have a chance to get out alive? They already stopped him on the ward hop, and Zephyr, between him and Hemorrhage. We talked about it before, Smacks. We saw it in the draft coming. Unstoppable Force. Oh, wait a minute, but the counter engage. Gotta be careful about those walls because Spooky Scarecrow just might come out over the wall.
Hemorrhage thought he was safe under the turret, but he was tanking it up, waiting for the Rift Herald to arrive. Found the Spooky Crow Storm, just like you mentioned. But we do get to see this play first, which was very sick, canceling out the dodge on the ward hop, just like you said. No longer does mid-hard have any form of dash to get out of that situation. He does go down, but you can hear the pig squeal from Cow Cavalier's Fiddlesticks right there.
Just like that, right?
Pretty good, yeah.
Thanks, man. Dude, whenever Fiddlesticks first came out, and the sounds in the trailer, I was just like, oh god, that is so terrifying. I must learn it. And I may have destroyed my throat a little bit making those sounds, as you can imagine doing is not the best for you.
Yeah, you've already done it twice here on this cast. We still might have 4 more games after this, so you might want to stop. But
yeah.
I swear it's not because I don't like it. It's a great sound, but you know, do it for you, not for me.
Yeah, but between that and the Kog'Maw, the Kog'Maw gargling, man, this. Welcome to PlayVS, ladies and gentlemen, where me and Smacks make strange but funny noises from time to time. Hope you enjoy the show.
Yeah. I think that was in our job description, so if anything, it's PlayVS' fault for this, so you can blame them.
Well, the other nice thing about PlayVS, if you don't come here for the funny sounds, then you're definitely coming here for the kick-ass action and the awesome plays being made by these super talented hot young kids, man. Because it's been a treat to watch the evolution and the growth that we've seen. We already talked about Sunny Hills and Parkview, you know, being not only the best in their states and region, but coming through other finalists. So imagine being the best in your own state and now fighting the best of the best to come here for the grand finals. These are the stakes at here, Smacks.
And it all comes down to this one best of 5, where we're already getting down to the wire in this one, it feels like. If Sunny Hill do pick up this 4th Drake, then that is the Ocean Soul, and that very well could be the last little piece of strength that they need to close this one out. You can see some items are already being completed. Sunshang already has 2 items on this Ezreal, and they're not really the cheapest items either. You got the Divine Sunner, you got the Manamune. This is a very powerful and potent Ezreal on the poke, and you can see that everybody on both teams is just lining up to make sure that they can get some priority down. But so far, Sunny Hill, they have all these extra control wards down. They've got 3 of them in almost the exact same spot, really trying to start up the strike on the right foot. But Hemorrhage, he's getting ever closer toward the opponents. He has that unstoppable force.
Yeah,
any moment he could pull that trigger.
Parkview needs to be able to get this engaged right. They all clump up. Hemorrhage, it's on you, because if Sunny Hills get this Ocean Dragon, then this game is potentially over. But Sunny Hills are going to start the game right off their foot. Shockwave lands, is going to interrupt Barrack on the chase onto Namor, but he's got a Lee Sin, he's got a Wukong running him down, and now it's just up to Terran Hemorrhage. But what are you going to do when Sunshang just has all the freedom in the world to just rain down terror with those Mystic shots? The ace, with this Ocean Dragon picked up, I think this might be a closed book, Smacks.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about, Rafa. Sunshang on this Ezreal, he's just able to deal so much damage from such a distance away, too. I feel like we're going to be taking another look at that one here in a moment, but not before we take note that Sunny Hill, they're starting up on the Baron as well off of that. They might get both objectives in one sweeping motion, but take a look at this. Sunshang, he deals so much damage to Torwin. That's just 2 abilities. Sets up for the engage. Hemorrhage has to use his ultimate just on the front line, and Sunshang still has yet to be touched. I do want to mention that Terror with this Hecarim was able to cancel out the Crow Storm with his Hecarim crowd control. He charged forward. It could have potentially been even more disastrous, but the beginning was already that and beyond here too. You see Sunny Hill, they were canceled out on the Baron, but taking that soul, taking that ace, it's going to be a gigantic boon for them as they scale up. Don't know if
Check
this
this
Baron's
out, though,
going on,
Smacks.
though.
I mean, Parkview, they know that they already got the Ocean Soul for Sunny Hill. This was their one Hail Mary, and Sunny Hills were just not prepared to think that Parkview would be able to take it while they were on the reset. So this, for Parkview, they're still fighting up against an Ocean Soul team in Sunny Hills, but having the Baron on their side does dissuade and slow down Sunny Hills' pace.
Sneaky move from Parkview section there, Rafa. They did find that big purple buff all the while in Sunny Hill, where they thought they were safe. They took a little bit of the nature walk all through the long way around. Found that they couldn't quite kill the Baron with the 3 members. And Parkview say, well, we have 5 now. We all just spawn. I hope you guys don't mind if we come in here and take this one away. You guys can have the soul, but we're taking Baron.
Yeah. Yes. Well, Smacks, the Baron is temporary. The Ocean Soul is forever. I mean, but I will say, Parkview, definitely better than nothing to be able to deny the Baron away from Sunny Hills, because I can imagine, had Sunny Hills been able to pick up the Baron off the backhand of finishing out that Ocean Soul as well, they would be sieging down the turrets, and it could have been heavy structure damage onto Parkview High School, which then would have set up into this catastrophic snowball where Parkview are not able to get outside of their base, and then the Elder Dragon comes up in 3 minutes, and you see where I'm going with this, Max? What they did, they prevented it.
Good thing to remember that Parkview have already taken 3 turrets on the map. Meanwhile, Sunny Hill only have the 1. So still trying to continue that trend of taking down more structures than their opponents. Parkview really trying to set up this vision, almost landing that death sentence onto Soonchang, but there is a very sneaky ward, making sure that Torawan is in vision. Cow Cavalier trying to find a Fiddlesticks angle, but there are a lot of ways to control this vision. You can see Zephyr is maneuvering his orb, try to just scout out for the Demon Scarecrow. It's going to be a 5th turret now falling, and while they might not be able to get too much more else... Oh, wait.
Well, Pixel and Barrack trying to force the engage onto Hemorrhage, Zephyr, and Terror. Shockwave is going to deter them for a little bit. Mid-Hard follows up with the Sonic Wave. Stopwatch comes out trying to buy as much time. Crowstorm finally follows up. Hero's Entrance as well is just only going to get a little bit more damage down. Hemorrhage and Terror just trying to run away, but look at the mid lane, Smacks. Look at the base. Oh. Parkview High School say, hey, you wanna chase after us? We're going to take your inhibitor then.
They only got 1 kill off of that as well, Rafa. Sunny Hill, they kind of flub it a little bit at that time. They give up all of their pressure in the mid lane, trying desperately to make their engages work, but only Zephyr falls. Terror and Hemorrhage are able to escape. And Parkview, they've equalized that goal. They've extended it even further. They're up 3k now. Yes, they are still down that Ocean Soul. Yes, that is a permanent buff, and Baron has just expired, but they take a lot more than what I was expecting they were going to be able to. A mid lane inhibitor is a huge, huge benefit to have at your disposal. That extra super minion waves keep on crashing through. They can help you open up the rest of the map without even needing to be in mid lane.
I think it just goes to show that, Sunny Hills High School, I know they can't. I wonder if the reason why they haven't tried to split push with this composition yet, because you have Lee Sin, you have Wukong. They should, in theory, be better than some of these solo counterparts, at least against the Orianna. Maybe in the Malphite at this point, with the Sunfire and the Thornmail and the steel-plated caps, you can't get through the armor. Maybe Malphite beats you in the 1v1, and because there's a huge importance for Sunny Hills to stay grouped. And if Parkview are just dragging them around the map, despite having an Ocean Soul, they'll never get a chance to actually put it to use. They have to just wait for this next objective, which...
Elder Drake does then spawn immediately after, so... For Parkview, for the team that does not have any Drakes, this could be that opening to where they will be able to equalize the huge healing bonus of the Ocean Soul. They might be able to get that extra burn damage and execute threshold for their squad here. And when they have these lanes pushing in, you can see their priority is still there on all of the lanes at the same time. There's a hook too.
It baits out the box from Torawan. Mid-hard doesn't have to commit any ultimate abilities or spells. Terror goes in with the Onslaught of Shadows mid hard, and oh my god, 3-man Unstoppable Force, but no one's touching Soon Chang. Can he just chew through the rest of the fight? And the counter engage from Cal Cavalier just annihilates the backline. Sunny Hills find the fight that they were looking for. It was position in the mid lane. Parkview High School, I gotta give them credit. They were able to take some things back. They took the Baron, they took the mid inhibitor, but Sunny Hills, just one fight is all they need to finish game 1.
They have to go through these super minions, though, Rafa. The death timers are pretty long right now, but I don't want to count it out too early. Got these 4 members. They're really going to try, but you can see Torawan's up in 3 seconds. They might have to go for a buzzer beater.
Hold your breath, Smacks. I mean, it's Torawan against 5. It's got a flay. I don't think anyone else is going to come back up in time. Terror's 4 seconds out.
There it is.
He's bought time. There it is. Sunny Hills will close out game 1 at Parkview High School. We're going to have to see how well they respond and adapt in game 2 here, Smacks.
All right, congratulations to Sunny Hill.
Oh, fantastic.
There he is.
Freeze frame.
You're just in awe of the gameplay that we just watched. That was a really close one. You really just came down to those team fights, and Soon Chang on this Ezreal was able to deal all of that extra damage, and with that Ocean Drake Soul 2, Sunny Hills close out that one with just a couple of those team fights. And I was a doubter in the end. I thought it would take a little bit more, but at the end of the day, it was that sweeping team fight, 5-for-1, another ace. Sunny Hill now lead the series.
Yeah, I think the other thing that we have to mention here, Smacks, is that when it comes to this Ezreal pick versus the Tristana pick, the Ezreal, you're kind of, as you said before, kind of a doubter. It's like, it doesn't really fit with this composition, but he got to stay at arm's length because the Mystic Shots, kind of extends the damage range that Ezreal can play and contribute to these fights. And then once both methods of engage and counter engage were expended by Sunny Hills and Parkview respectively, then Soon Chang gets to say, well, no one's gonna threaten me now. I can finally just start pelting Mystic Shots forward. And because of that, and Divine Sunder just does so much max health damage whenever the cooldown does come up. We don't want to spend too much time talking about game 1, though, as we got to get ready for game 2, Smacks. So for everyone else at home, we're going to be right back in just a few minutes. And boom, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, for game number 2 for the Play versus Grand Finals between Sunny Hills High School and Parkview High School. The representatives of California and Virginia from coast to coast, West versus East Smacks. So, you know, I guess we got to get some, things in about, who's better, West Coast, East Coast at some point. We didn't even consider that going into this broadcast until now.
Yeah. That is true. Well, I guess you don't have any stakes in this because you're Mountain Time, which doesn't exist. So,
man, all right. I guess I should just leave then. Goodbye.
For you can sit on the sidelines. I get to hype up my boys in the EST time zone from Michigan as well. We're pretty close to Virginia, I'd say. How many states over is that? Let's look up a map. Let's see. Map of USA.
Can producer KTAD pull us a map of the United States real quick?
I am. There are 2 states between Michigan and Virginia. We've got Ohio and we've got West Virginia, and then you're there. So yeah,
West Virginia,
and we're in the same time zone too. So
mama,
you're just stuck up in their mountain. You're stuck up in the mountains. So.
Well, I'm just a hop, skip, and a jump away from California. I can hop on a plane and be there in LA or Santa Monica just about, an hour, really. Actually,
okay.
Let's see. I think the last flight I took was an hour and 20 minutes. But
all right, well, you can have Sunny Hills then. You can be a part of the West.
All right,
Coast
yeah.
For
A West Coast, East Coast Smacks.
And look at that! I'm on the Parkview side for this game as well. They swapped over to red.
We're aligned.
Yeah, I believe Sunny Hills did win the first game, but yeah, we're swapped up right now. And Sunny Hills, they only have to win 2 more games in this series if they want to win the entire Play versus Cup.
It is a best of 5, Smacks. 3 wins is all it takes to take home all the glory and all the fame that comes with it. The paparazzi, everything, man. Kids are about to become celebrities.
Speaking of fame and fortune, we heard from the Sunny Hills coaches that sometimes they broadcast their games on the school's jumbotron.
That is
now,
true.
Today is Saturday, so I don't know if anyone is in the school right now. But if you are, hey guys, we're here, and your school is up 1-0 right now. So congratulations. We're gonna see if they can win the whole thing, or if Parkview brings it back in the section to take the finals. We're here starting up in game 2, and Viego, one of the newest champions to hit the roster lineup for League of Legends, has been locked in first.
That is an early Viego lock-in. Because between you and I, Smacks, when we've seen it locked in for the semi-pro and academy scene, it kind of comes in later as a counter pick because it does take a while for Viego to come online. But once he gets there, he definitely starts popping off and has the potential for resets. But as we're seeing both of these compositions come into fruition, at least for the first draft portion of the draft phase, the Kaisa Nautilus tried and true combo can be flexible in a lot of compositions, whether you want to peel back and disengage or if you want to go forward. And Sunny Hills, they answer with Senna Swain. So yeah, tell me a little bit about this combo, Smacks.
It feels to me like the Senna Swain is going to be the bot lane pair. I can't imagine that Swain is going to just be blind picked into a solo lane into this game, but perhaps we're going to be seeing the flex strength of the Noxie in general here for Sunny Hills. But I imagine that as this lane pair exists, it does have a lot of lethality when you do land these snares from either one of the champions, really, because as soon as you land one of those, you are able to land the other one, and then Swain gets to yank you back into his hands. And when you're melee range of Swain, you don't tend to have a very good time. He gets to shoot you with all of his shotgun bolts. He gets to drain your life away once he has that demonic ascension. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how this pair does fare in the lane. But against something like a Kaisa, where you do have a lot of extra range onto this champion, I feel like it is going to be a pretty nice pair to this, and it is certainly creative. This is not something that we see very often. Swain reminds me of like the Sith Lords from Star Wars, because they got the Force lightning. They just go, ah!
And if you think about it, if you want to, really stretch the imagination, the never move is basically force pull, right? Or force choke,
There you
depending
go.
on how dark you want to be. So for Sith Lord Swain being locked in, you know what? We're just gonna call you Emperor Palpatine at this point. As Parkview High School, we did not get a chance to mention that Karma was locked in, which has been a huge spike in a couple of teams. All the way up in LCS, 100 Thieves being a huge proponent of this Karma pick, especially specifically for the mid lane. Comboing it with a Rek'Sai is something that we haven't seen before, but, maybe it's a pocket pick for Terror.
Yeah, this is one of the champions that is strongest in the early game of all of them, really.
Oh
but
my god.
With that comes the trade-off of being one of the weakest champions in the late game of the entire League of Legends roster. So there are a few trade-offs there to picking this champion, but when you do have a lot of scaling online here too, like the Karma, like the Kai'Sa, it can still function later on into the game. You usually still have to go for like a tank build, unless you're really snowballing, and then you just go for full lethality at that point, Rafa. I'm sure you're very familiar with that build, but speaking of early game skirmishing junglers, the Xin Zhao is going to be up against it here for Cal Cavalier, and that's going to be paired up with the Seraphine mid. So very early game spiking junglers paired up with enchanters mid lane seems to be the name of the game.
This is quite the trend that has been catching on, and now I'm excited that it's starting to bleed down into the high school championships here for PlayVS Max, because it's between Lulu Kindred, Karma Xin Zhao. I think the other big combo that we have seen is something along the lines of there's another enchanter mid that we saw. It wasn't Seraphine.
There's
I'm
been a
trying
little
to
bit
think.
of Lulu.
Yeah, so Lulu and Kindred, Karma and Xin Zhao. Maybe I'm just trolling. I tend to troll from time to time
Are there other
on my
enchanters
memory.
you can play mid? I don't know if you can like throw Sona there. Maybe we're just ahead
Yeah,
of the game.
I'm like running through my mind right now. It's like, oh yeah, what what enchanters can you play? It's not Soraka. It's no longer the Cloud9 high Soraka mid of days old, where you just cast Starfall and clear the wave, super easily.
Speaking of that build, just as an aside, if you enjoyed playing that Soraka, there is a Soraka build in Teamfight Tactics that does that. So if you're interested in dealing a lot of damage with
Oh,
Soraka,
yeah.
you can do that. You go for the spell crit and you use 3-star her, and it's very fun. You just like AoE burst the entire team as Soraka. It's very funny. Anyway, continue on your enchanter thing.
Yeah, Sona Soraka not viable anymore. You can't run Bard, unfortunately.
I remember Janna top was picked by Wonder a couple of seasons ago by G2.
Yeah. There's a reason why we don't remember it.
I do remember it.
But Soraka top, there is a period in time. It was a cursed timeline where Soraka top was like one of the strongest picks in the game, because I think you could run like Frostfang or the support item, and you didn't have the farm. You didn't have the farm. You just kept harassing, and then as soon as you got your enchant item, then you could start farming, and that was some toxic gameplay. Thankfully, it's not what we're seeing in PlayVS. For a second, I thought that Cal Cavalier was actually taking the Viego jungle, where we were seeing a Xin Zhao top lane, but they got to swap. Just a little close to the time. But for both of these compositions, as you said before, double enchanter mid, double aggressive jungler, the Xin Zhao and the Rek'Sai. I will tell you that Xin Zhao, in a majority of the matchups, is able to deal and win out on skirmishes and all-ins. Rek'Sai is one of those junglers where he can kind of match, and depending on where he catches you, then it could swing either way here, Smax.
Yeah, I feel like the ethos of this matchup is, if I knock you up first, I'm probably gonna kill you. And I mean, it's probably going to be Rek'Sai if that is going to be the thing that wins you the matchup, because in Zhao you have to hit them 3 times. We don't know if it's going to be the Hail of Blades in this game here for Cal Cavalier. We've seen a lot of Conquer, I believe, recently with the tank build. So We're just going to have to find out as we get onto the Rift here in just a few moments. The other interesting thing that's going on in this matchup is the Viego versus Set in the top lane, two resourceless champions who likely will just be wailing away at each other up in the top lane. And I feel like for Barrick, the matchup is going to feel a little bit better than trying to carve through a rock with just a stick. Because I've played enough Minecraft to know that usually you want like a better weapon than just a stick. You want to get like the pickaxe to mine through everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, and Viego, he's got a sword, which isn't quite a pickaxe, but
it's
I
better
think
than a
it's gonna be
stick.
better. Yeah, it's better than a stick. You get what I'm saying.
To be honest, Max,
Clearly a
I wasn't
Minecraft
sure.
expert.
Yeah. I wasn't sure where you were going, but then you turn it around and you wrapped it up. I was like, okay, and
Yeah.
abating away at Set. Both resourceless champions, as you already said. I think the other thing to mention is that because we do have high agency junglers, and you look at the top lane, those are somewhat volatile lanes because you want this Viego to get off on the right foot. You get him accelerated, and then he's going to be a monster. Either you can go for a more aggressive damage build where he is just wiping people, and then you can just start resetting and taking other people's champions. Or considering that you are playing against the Kaisa as the Viego, you might want to go for the tank Viego build that we've seen, where shield bow, and then I think it's like a Asterix and a Thornmail, or a Randuin's and a Thornmail, along those lines, because you are just waiting for the one reset, and it's like, okay, well, all I care about is not actually playing my champion, but playing their champion, and in particular the Kaisa, because then you play the Kaisa, and now you have two Fed marksmen on your team.
Yeah, and the cool thing about this game too is that the other marksman is Senna on the team, and usually when we end up seeing these teams that have a bruiser assassin in the top lane, you've got one of the early game junglers like Xin Zhao in the jungle and an enchanter. Usually the problem with that build is that you don't have nearly as much magic damage. Sunny Hill, with all of their creative minds over there in California, they've got the Swain as the bot laner that's going to be getting a lot of the resources. So they are not lacking in the magic damage. I actually think that this composition is very creative. However, by saying that, I am also saying that I do want them to have some strength and some priority shown in this bottom lane too, so that they do still have the Swain really get off the ground. Because I think you and I both have seen Swains that just kind of peter out, and then they can never really get in range because he's not fast enough and he's not strong enough to burst anyone out. So then the demonic ascension is just going to be tickling everyone, and that's not what you want. You want to kill your opponents. You don't want to make them laugh. So for the Swain, you see what I'm saying? You want to get him ahead.
Yeah, and you definitely can do that because you are partnering them up with the Senna. So Senna is not going to be taking those resources you mentioned. Swain, I'm not particularly sure what the ideal mythic item completion is, but he's going to be doing AoE magic damage. He is also going to be somewhat on the beefier side. He's not necessarily a tank, but he's not your ordinary control mage that can get eviscerated by a stray, AoE nuke. You can take quite the beating, and you are supposed to absorb, which then does buy your backline time in this Seraphine and the Senna to be able to constantly either buff up and heal your front line that is diving, and also, put out some damage. I think the other thing that is interesting when we look on the flip side is that because we're seeing this Karma paired along with the Kaisa and the Rek'Sai, the Rek'Sai does kind of have a limited time window on how I would say impactful it can be, because later on, if you don't get off the ground or you don't have a solid stat lead, then no matter what build you're running, whether it's the Prowler's Claw full lethality Rek'Sai build, or if it's more of a bruiser build, your job at that point is it's so painful, Smacks. At that point, you're just trying to buy time for your Kaisa, and the Karma Shields and the Nautilus should be able to do that for you as well.
There are some champions that don't scale very well, and then they become a cannon minion. Like, I'd say Elise probably becomes a cannon minion later on.
Yeah.
Rek'Sai is just a melee minion. It's not going to do a lot. Like, you get knocked up, you might get a little annoyed by it, but it's
Yeah,
harmless. It's completely harmless. You can just step over it and you're completely okay. I am
absolutely.
getting word, Rafa, that we had a few issues with the lobby for this game, and so it's going to be remade. I do believe that
Let's
there's a
see.
rune issue. That makes sense.
All right. Well, so, ladies and gentlemen, it does mean that we're going to take a quick break while we allow the players and the coaches and the staff to get their lobbies remade. And when we come back, we'll just be going straight into the game and on the rift. So, see you in a few minutes. Woohoo! We're back!
Woo!
Yes, we are. Sunny Hills
Gaming.
and Parkview High School. We are gaming, ladies and gentlemen. And Soon Chang has actually taken up the reins of the Swain. So it's still fasting setup, but you know, we've got the main marksman saying, "Nah, I'm still farming, so I'm taking the other champion here."
And it looks like Parkview are taking the other strategy in the early game, which is just going full invade, full team. Dredgeline not going to connect onto Barrack right there, so likely just going to be walking away, although Midhard lands some poke damage. I think that's a Mana Flow stack, if I'm not mistaken. Plus 25 right there. Feels good.
Midhard with the good old Mana Flow investment banking strat for Sunny Hills High. Parkview did pull off a little bit of a level 1, get a ward down onto that top jungle in between the Gromp and the blue buff. So we'll be able to track Cal Cavalier as they start up the blue buff, and if he wants to go for a full clear or a quick 3 single camp clear, we're going to have full vision and understanding and information. So now, my question is, Smax, does Parkview do anything to punish this information, or they're just going to look at Cal Cavalier and be like, that's a nice Xin Zhao?
You know, it is a nice Xin Zhao. And for Terra, he is still playing this really big early game threatening champion of the Rek'Sai, but you do need to hit level 3 before you are at that point. It does look like Terra is going to choose to take his entire red side camp section, which is usually not what we end up seeing from these really early game heavy champions if you're going for the early invade or early gank strategies. But taking this away does signify that Terra is a little bit more keen on going for the farm strategy, and maybe we could start seeing the Rek'Sai gank at level 4.
You know, it could be level 4, it could be level 3, as you already pointed out. So far, both junglers are going for full clears. At this rate, Smax, I think they're headed for a collision course at this Scuttle Crab in about a minute's time.
Definitely seems like it. Cal Cavalier did not go for the Krugs, and I feel at this point he probably does have to skip them because the blue quadrant jungle camps are a lot easier to take away.
Oh?
Cal Cavalier not going for red buff quite yet and will be spotted by that ward right there, so yeah, a pretty big delay for Sunny Hill if they are going to fight for this Scuttle Crab. You can see some pings on the map right there, just making sure that everyone knows what exactly Cal Cavalier is doing. It's going to be the red buff taken away now, and I think Terra's got it. I think he's got the crab.
Yeah, you look at the lane states right now, Zephyr and Namor, Torawan, respectively, have the wave push right now, and with that aggressive ward from Zephyr, it prevents Cal Cavalier being able to come in through the top river entrance from the red buff quadrant, right? And that ward allows Cal Cavalier to spot out Terror, so it gives Midhard a little bit of safety of not getting ganked. But at this point, Terror has the inside track. He's going to get double crabs, and Cal Cavalier is going to be a little bit behind now and on the Xin Zhao.
It's not a position that Xin Zhao is used to being in, where you can't go for either of the Scuttle Crabs. This is a champion that is known for the level 2 cheese, where you have all the damage and the crowd control and the distance. Speaking of, Soon Chang.
Well. Namor and Torawan said it is go time. The aggressive flash from the Kaisa forces both of the summoner spells from Soon Chang, but now there is a summoner advantage. Cal Cavalier might be able to go in. He's going to choose his target onto Torawan. He still has the flash, but the knockup means that you ain't going nowhere, buddy, and First Blood goes over to Soon Chang.
Excellent gank and use of time there for Cal Cavalier. There really wasn't any other place for him to go at that point. No Scuttle Crabs, no camps anywhere. Has to gank, and what better place to go for than a bot lane who just used all of their offensive tools and even the defensive ones. Namor, like you mentioned, already had flashed away, and the health bars are blinking. Soon Chang survives. Q Cal Cavalier, and picking up that kill is going to be really big for Soon Chang too. We saw the use of that crowd control layering, and one more auto attack does it. An extra 400 gold for the Swain, and This is the big source of magic damage for Sunny Hill. This is that big win condition that they will now have for later.
Parkview High School do get a chance, taking the opportunity off of this reset from Soon Chang and Pixel to claim the first dragon of the game. This is what Sunny Hills were able to do, as they had a very easy, attainable Ocean Soul win condition thanks to picking up the first 2 dragons of the game. Let's see if Parkview is able to match something similar to give themselves a similar win avenue.
First Drake on the map. It's definitely a way to do it. We got to see it in the previous game. The full 4 Drake stack for Sunny Hill will not be the case in this one. And Terror, going to be spotting out that ward, nice use of the sweeper, but will likely not be able to land any ganks because of it. That early ward, that is. Sunny Hill, they're feeling pretty good at this stage of the game. Cal Cavalier, you know, he's down a couple of camps. He's going to need to bring that back up, but you know, if you think about it, being down that much to Rek'Sai, as long as the Rek'Sai is not going for any ganks, you're feeling pretty okay about it. Because Rek'Sai is not going to scale well at all.
Yeah, I mean, you're not picking Rek'Sai to farm for a super late game. You're not a Karthus or a Fiddlesticks or heck, if you want to go down the board, you're not Shyvana, where every item completion you just get stronger and stronger, right? Terror, you're going to get 1 item power spike. That is what I believe with these 2 longswords, a Prowler's Claw. And after that, that's it. Yep. You can get some other lethality items. You can get, you know, the Edge of Night to give you a little bit of utility, defensive ability to be able to make sure that you can get your assassinations off. But that's your strongest point in the game. So if Terror doesn't actually get anything done within the first 15 minutes of the game, then his usefulness and impact actually does fall off here. As we're going to look for something here on the bottom side of the map, but potentially beautiful stuff from Soon Chang and Pixel as the flash comes in from Terra, and they lock down the gap. Namor picking up 1 for Parkview High School.
Whoa, in the top lane, Barrick in a 1v1 with Hemorrhage. You saw the flash and the ultimate used from Set, but now Barrick is set. He gets that kill up in the top. Wow. Oh, wait, Pixelin?
Yeah, and they're going to go for the dive. I mean, Pixel is stepping too far forward. This wave was huge, and they're going to make sure they deny all the XP as well, taking advantage. Terror picking up 1 for himself as well.
Oh, man. So Parkview section, they were able to make that huge play on this bottom side of the map. You get to watch this one again. Torowan does get snared up, so the flash looks a little bit wonky right there, but it's still effective at the end of the day, and it does lock in that kill for Namor. Look at this replay, though. Barrick just so close to falling down. Oh, my word, Rafa.
That was actually really sick. I mean, it's literally sub 100 HP, but Barrick being able to flash away from the last auto attack and then counter-engaging from his ultimate, pairing up with the third shot as, you know...
You're not getting away from Nautilus.
Yeah,
it's just not
I also don't think that Pixel had the rights to stay in that lane anymore. A little bit of a limit test there for young support turned... well, it is still technically support player for Sunny Hills High School, as, you know, we did shift the positions around because, you know, aesthetically, it is pleasing to see the Senna in the second to last character portrait versus the last one here.
As we move our way through this game, it's still very, very even, but that Drake is the biggest thing here for Parkview. Like we were saying before, the Drake Soul can be a really big scaling tool. We got to see it in full force in game number 1. It won't be the Cloud Soul, which is a really big deal. That's the one that you kind of just shrug off. You're like, oh, it's Cloud. No, nobody cares about Cloud. But
man,
knowing that it's not that is going to feel pretty good. Are you empathizing for Drake?
I mean, everyone asks where is Cloud or what is Cloud, but no one ever asks how is Cloud, man. And that's what makes me sad.
Yeah, I think of all the Drakes in the game, this one is most like the human counterpart of Drake. He's just emotional and sad all the time. He sings about it too. He's very vocal.
'Cause I'm a creep. You start singing Radiohead and just walling despair.
I set you up perfectly for a Drake song.
Oh, Alexa play Marvin's Room. Midhart might be playing some Marvin's Room. He flashes away, catches him with the re-engage thanks to the Encore. Cal Cavalier trying to lock him up. He's going to go down, but Berg is there for the resets, and now he's the Rek'Sai. Looking for another reset, gets the double. Now he's the Nautilus, but doesn't really have enough damage. But does he have the backup here, trying to lock them down with the crowd control? Hemorrhage going in with the Showstopper, gets a nice haymaker into the middle of 3 there, but it looks like the damage from Parkview is starting to run out as Soon Chang trying to pop the Demonic Ascent. Doesn't take anyone down in the crossfire, but Parkview High School in the aftermath, Jade 1 for 1.
These resets for the Viego are already starting to pile on up, Rafa. We get to see this one happen again. Terror is trying to make this play happen. So much damage is available from this Rek'Sai, and Midhart does step a little far up right there, but flashing away, landing the Encore, it's going to be enough to lock that one down, and then Cal Cavalier shows just how tanky this champion is. Does still go down to Namor, so this is a 2-kill Kaisen now. It's going to be something that Sunny Hill has to deal with eventually, but, I mean, look at Barrett. Look at this guy. That's brutal.
He gets out, too.
Yeah.
And that's kind of the criminal thing. Look at how much healing is coming out, not just thanks to, because you have Pixel and you have Midhard, who are providing heals in this fight. So over time, the extended fights, the ability to take second fights as well, a term that our wonderful and lovely colleague Joshi likes to talk about a lot, is the ability after all of the main engage tools have been blown, is the team's ability to just still continue fighting afterwards, even without them, because you have all this healing from Midhard and Pixel Fen, and, you know, constant crowd control that can come up as, well, Parkview are going to try to push the gas further. They are committing hard for this, but the turret shot, you got to respect them, buddy. Tora 1, realizing, you know what, all right. I'm backing out now. Burning the flash, says Cal Cavalier, is here just in case things continue getting spicy in the bot.
I was really surprised that hook was still able to connect through the minion wave, but minions parted like the Red Sea for Tora 1 to land the hook, and
Moses
chunk out Soon Chang. Something to remember here, like you were saying, there's just a lot of healing for Sunny Hill, and it's starting to feel like that Ocean Soul is still not wore off from the first game, because with the Viego resets, with the Senna and Seraphine, you gotta buy an Executioner's Calling. We didn't see very many of them from Parkview in Game 1, but we gotta see them in this game if they're gonna make this series competitive and take us all the way to that Game 4, maybe even a Game 5 later on too, Rafa. Because you gotta cut through the healing. It just gives you a ton of extra mitigated damage.
You know, Parkview High School could definitely or easily opt into it. There's not many tanks for Sunny Hills, so when you're looking at Namor and Terror, there's no incentive there's not a necessity to rush a Last Whisper anytime soon, right? You could just go straight into Executioners and straight up lethality, as we already know Terra's going to do it. They're going to make this happen once again. Midhard, knowing that he didn't have flash from before, the gank so much easier this time around.
Nice gank. We got the setup there from the snare for Zephyr. And Terra just deals so much damage, especially with that extra ultimate, the true damage, the physical damage. It's all way too much to overcome there for Midhard, who is going for this supportive build here too. So not going to have the extra oomph packed in for something like a Luden's Echo, or Tempest, rather. They did just change the name. Zephyr as well, going for the supportive build, but when your jungler's there, you're just a catalyst to make sure that he deals extra damage, and that's exactly what Terra was able to accomplish in this game so far. Looks like it's going to be that lethality build, and for Cal Cavalier is feeling like the Sunfire Aegis is going to be the choice for the Mythic in this game. And I personally really like that for this one too, because like you were saying, for Namor, he feels okay going for the healing reduction, but if Cal Cavalier is going for the tanky build, then maybe you start to second guess it. Maybe you do have to go for some Last Whisper items just to burn through this Xin Zhao, or maybe Barrack, he gets to steal away your Nautilus, and then there are 2 tanks against you. That's not going to feel very good.
And then you have the conundrum, Mr. Snacks. And then for Parkview High School, you're like, oh no, what? I need lethality. and I need Grievous Wounds to burst through the healing, but now suddenly I need Last Whisper to burst through the tanks that they have, and now Parkview will say that they are making correct moves. They did pick up the Inferno Dragon also during the back half of that replay that we just saw, and the third dragon of the game, which is going to be Mountain, is coming up. So for Parkview High School, knowing that you're looking at a Sunny Hills composition that I would argue isn't necessarily the best for shredding tanks. You can deal with tanks over time. Barrack and Pixel are more than aware of the durability and the beefiness that they're going to be playing up against. They are going for Divine Sunburst this game, as Pixel might be a little caught out here. Does flash over the wall. Buys him an escape route, but losing that flash, losing pressure in this bottom lane could mean that Parkview High School have just an easier time of being able to take this dragon away.
Terror has been able to push away and make the members of Sunny Hill use all of their defensive maneuvers there. That's another flash. It's been used. Oh, it's another one.
Man, mid-hard. That flash is not going to save you, buddy. But a Barrack teleport might be able to turn the tides of battle here. Showstopper comes out, but he gets the ult down. Oh my goodness. Barrack is now a giant set. He's looking. Cal Cavalier is cutting him off, using the ult again for the reset to get over the wall. Shutdown goes over to Cal Cavalier. Parkview High School, they did have control over that bot lane. They just killed the mid laner, but with the reinforcements, Sunny Hills High School are now going to have control for this dragon.
Yeah, just a little too much to ask for right there from Hemorrhage and Terror. You're diving into the Seraphine, who then did have the flash after all of this too. You got hit by the big Encore as well, and all these ultimates were used on top of it all. The Terror ultimate there, the Void Rush. And then here too, Hemorrhage has to use it on top of it all, but...
Smacks, we've got a party in the river. It looks like they weren't ready to just let them take the dragon for free. Namor picked up a double in the aftermath of all of that. Oh, baby. Well, Smacks, the Parkview, they looked at that game one, and they said, hey, yeah, you got Ocean Soul, but we still made it pretty competitive for you guys to end the game. So now Parkview showing a little bit more fight in this game, too, as Hemorrhage going to close down onto Cal Cavalier. He's going to try to get the Rift Herald. Can he walk towards it? Okay.
He got it!
Well, hashtag worth in the chat. But Parkview being able to pick out the isolated Xin Zhao does mean that they're going to have a little bit more time to themselves on the map to really push their advantage further in the map.
All right, let's take a look at this replay. We do get to see who gets the Drake. It is going to be Sunny Hill who locked that one down, so they deny the Drake stack, but Namor is becoming monstrous on this Kai'Sa. That's a double kill. 4 of them now for Namor, not even needing to use any of his spells. Not the ultimate, not flash, not heal. And then over here, we just watched this one. Cal Cavalier, he knocks everyone aside. Woo,
Let me have it.
I got it, guys.
I got it. That's when, like, it's the last cookie, and it like just goes. Everyone's trying to die for it, and then he just like throws everyone to the side, and he dives for the last piece. And he got it right, but
Yeah.
he paid his life for it. But now I want to see how well Sunny Hills are able to use this. This is the second Rift Herald. The top turret had already been taken down. There's still a mid Tier 1 and a bot Tier 1 to be taken and picked up for Sunny Hills, whereas Parkview High School, they have taken the bottom tier turret. And so this has opened up kind of a cross-section on the map where the top quadrant is open for the taking from Sunny Hills, whereas for Parkview, the bottom quadrant is able to invade.
Terror trying to find another play onto this mid lane. Suncheng does not have any mana. I believe you can still cast Swain ultimate at 0 mana, if I'm remembering correctly. Maybe they changed that. I'm pretty sure you can.
That sounds insane.
It might have been changed, but I'm fairly certain that that is the case, because it is his true form after all. He is the demon Braum, I think, is his name. It's like Braum without the B. But anyway, I'm getting too into the lore. I don't know this territory as well. What I do know, though, is how strong this second item that Zephyr has purchased is. The Chemtech Putrefier. So, remember before how I was saying that Parkview really needed to get the Grievous Wounds online?
Oh, yeah.
This item
Yes.
gives it to your entire team for Karma, because you're shielding all of your teammates at the same time, and then all of them are attacking the opponents, so you're dealing this 60% Grievous Wounds to everybody all at once. This item is very powerful on Karma and others like her, and I really like this purchase because not only does it provide that 60% Grievous Wounds to your team, it makes it so your team doesn't actually need to buy any more of it either, because they're being granted it without having to purchase the item.
Yeah, that's a nuts purchase. I know you've been a big fan of Chemtech Putrefier for quite some time. I believe it was near like March patch where Chemtech Putrefier was added to the game, and you're just like, Mark, this is the most busted item in the game right now. Like my goodness, like, it is almost close to borderline outrageous that they would be added to the game, giving Grievous Wounds to your entire team for Karma. And then it took the longest time for Karma to actually get into the meta. We were like hyping up for like the past 2-3 months. Now we're only starting to see it emerge in pro play, where 100 Thieves are experimenting with Karma both in Academy and LCS. I'm sure that it will pop up in their semi-pro team for 100 Thieves next, as well as Parkview High School. They know that the Dragon is coming up in the next 25 seconds max. They're going to poise and look to force a fight here. Try and buy priority away as they are diving right through the mid lane onto Soonchang. But look at the counter engage. Cal Cavalier mid-hard and Pixel. They're able to deal with them just dandily. Parkview High School committed so hard for Soonchang, but that beautiful stopwatch bought so much time for Sunny Hills to turn it around.
We were just talking about how broken this new item is for Zephyr. We forgot about the old one, Stopwatch. Absolutely saving the entire fight with just the click of a button here. Soonchang crushing it with the use of the stasis. Watch how fast this engage comes out of this bush. Bam! They're already on top of you. Soonchang, his support flashes away from him. Cast the ultimate, cast the stopwatch. He heals up to half HP all this time and gets to flash away, survives. That's a 4-for-0 fight. Or, excuse me, 4-for-1. Barrack did die for the cause. But that's certainly going to be worth it here for Sunny Hill. What a comeback into this game. They were losing out on these fights. And Rafa, if you're the team with Rek'Sai and you just took a fight on your terms at 21 minutes and you lost, that is not good news for this champion that does not scale well at all.
He doubled down for the lethality build as well, went for the Serpent's Fang, which, don't get me wrong, big fan, by the way, as there are some powerful shields coming out from this squad that you have thanks, majority to the Seraphine, right? But, hey, Parkview, they had to pull a Hail Mary with that Baron. They're going to do it again, Smacks. Well, 23 minutes. Diego forced to teleport. Barrack is going to be coming in soon, but now they have to force the fight before the rest of the team gets here. Encore lands on the 3 members. Let's see if Soonchang is able to turn it around. Cal Cavalier, what in the bonkers am I watching, Smacks? Sunny Hills, do they just have more damage than Parkview High School? It just doesn't seem like Parkview has the damage to be able to just deal with this team at all.
Zephyr's healing a lot in this 1v1, but his team is already all dead. Get out of there, Agent 007! Mr. Bond, run! You can't win this!
Oh no, Zephyr, we're going back and forth. At this point, Zephyr is like taking it really close to Barrack. It just might be a yakety sax run as Zephyr is going to make it out alive, but the Baron is secured by Sunny Hills. Now, the momentum. If it wasn't already in Sunny Hills' favor after the mid fight, it surely is in their possession now.
This Swain tech, man. Soonchang has been the hero of this series in the first game and now the second one. Let's watch this one again. He gets hit by the depth charge. He gets hit by just about every single thing. And he just wipes everybody with this Swain, just barely surviving. Might I remind you, the Ocean Soul was on Sunny Hill in Game 1. They don't have the Ocean Soul in this game. They don't have a single Ocean Drake to their name. He's just healing all that just from Swain alone. And that's through the Grievous Wounds, too. I was just talking about the Chemtech Putrefier cutting through the healing. They have that utility, and they're going to try again.
Oh, whoa, whoa. This is actually a massive pick for Parkview. Being able to take out Seraphine before the fight even begins. There's no more encore, no more beat drop, no more heals. And for Sunny Hills High School, losing out on your main enchanter does kind of put a dent in your ability to take these fights. Fortunately for Sunny Hills, there's no real objectives that they are fighting for at the moment, but Parkview might have bought their ticket to take down this mid-turret as they're going to go look for another engagement on the Soon Chang. It's going to pop the Zonia's Hourglass, but this time it's only Barrack here for reinforcements, and Parkview, finally, they don't have to deal with the rest of the Sunny Hills members. They knock down Soon Chang, get a massive shutdown, influx of Golden Namor, and take down the mid-tier 1 turret.
Toro-1 with the hook through the minion wave, Rafa. I hope we get to see that one again, because that was absolutely insane.
Ask and you shall receive, Smacks.
Thank you, producers. Let's watch this again. Okay, so Toro-1, he just so much crowd control. He rightfully so gets that shutdown. But then they get to walk away. He dodges out from this hook here from Soon Chang Swain. And then, I'm not going to say anything. We're just going to watch this happen. You ready?
Wait for it.
Oh!
Yo! Okay, Nautilus hitbox on the Q is kind of nuts.
It's kind of busted, but that one, there's no question if that one hit. That was just insane. That was pure support mechanics right there. I love to see that.
Well. Smacks showing his love and appreciation for insane Nautilus mechanics, being able to thread the line onto the dredge line. And now, third dragon for both teams, coming up in about 30 seconds. This would put either team at Mountain Soul Point if they succeed on it. Now, notice how Parkview have already gathered mid-control here. They have the priorities, so it's up to Sunny Hills. If they don't want to lose on their resources, they need to catch this wave before going back to contest for this dragon. But this now opens the opportunity for Parkview to gain control of this river.
Sunny Hill, they had a brief moment to try to engage there while Hammer Rage was still bot lane, but didn't quite land it. Now Parkview, they have found the full team. It's a full 5-on-5. Everybody's positioned for it. There it is.
Watch for the Encore. Encore lands on the 2 members, but Namor is untouched in the backline and is going to use the Killer Instinct trying to get onto Pixelin, but it's a beautiful exhaust. Going to take down the damage output that is coming out. Double kill for Soon Chang. Quadra for Soon Chang in the blink of an eye just evaporates 4 members from Parkview High School. It looks like Penna is not going to be in the cards here for Soon Chang, but Barrack going to try to pick up one for the homies. An honorary Quadra plus the 1 into the A. Sunny Hills also picking up the 3rd dragon.
That's more than honorary, Rafa. The announcer said it loud and clear. Quadra kill for Soon Chang. Again, like I was saying before, he is just putting the team on his back from the bottom lane. Look how much damage this Swain ultimate deals. Just whoop, everybody dead.
Good God, man.
Oh man, that's the 3rd Drake in a row too. 3 mountains. All they need is 1 more, and they have 4 of those in a row. How can you possibly kill anybody when they have 4 mountain dragons? All the extra resistances, the extra Malphite shield on top of it. They find the ace too, just the cherry on top. Sunny Hill, they were down quite drastically in this early game. Terror was playing it very well, but they found this comeback, and it's been astounding.
Max, I don't want to say it is a result of the draft, but when you've got a Seraphine on your squad, she's not as powerful as we've seen in prior iterations and patches, but I mean, Seraphine still does a pretty damn good job of being able to control fights and turn things around. You have the shields and the healing, you have the crowd control from beat drop and encore, and a lot of those fights being turned around. In a Parkview, it just seems like really the only damage that you are putting out is from this Kaisen Rek'Sai, and it's just not enough to chew through the front line. And with each Mountain Dragon pickup from Sunny Hills, even though they don't really have an insane amount of resistances, except for Cal Cavalier, who has gone full tank, by the way. How do you deal with this Xin Zhao?
That's the question that Parkview is going to have to answer as he is leading the charge through this river. Namor is not part of this fight quite yet, but it's breaking out all the same.
Oh my god, this is going to be pretty difficult. Namor, though, not touched this time around.
Oh.
Wait a second. Look at the damage melt. Namor popping a stopwatch, but the rest of the team from Sunny Hills finally chew through the front line of Parkview. And that time around, Namor couldn't have done any more to try and deal with the oppressive onslaught from Sunny Hills. The Baron will be theirs for the taking, and this could be the final steps in where Sunny Hills look to close out Game 2.
Section found the deadly Swain, but at what cost? The entire team and the Baron quickly was the answer to that question. They charged their way through into this team. I really like the way that they were able to just focus out this front line very first thing. You can see just how much damage they actually have because they didn't go for the back line. They didn't go for the Enchanter. They cut through every single member of that front line like that 1,000-degree knife video trend from 4 years ago.
Just like butter, Smacks.
Exactly.
And I think the other big praise we have to give is how powerful Crescent Guard from Xin Zhao is. And the ultimate ability, you saw in the replay how Namor was unfortunately just outside of the circle. So he's not actually doing any damage. He fired at least 5 or 6 auto attacks that could have eviscerated some of the members that were all bunched up, especially the Swisher backline members, but it doesn't matter because the Crescent Guard is protecting it from all the damage. So Namor effectively was chewing through the front line in Sunchang, but then once the Crescent Guard came up, like, oh crap, I don't get to do anything here. Pops the stopwatch to buy some time, but at that moment, the rest of his front line is dead. And for Parkview High School now, they are staring at a triple Mountain Dragon, potentially Mountain Soul Sunny Hills, because with this Baron buff, they're going to be able to walk and start opening up the base here.
Baron buff is online for about 80 seconds more, but they might not need that many to end out this game. If Parkview are not careful, they lose a fight. That is their entire Nexus falling, but it does look like Sunny Hill. They're going to play it safe. They're going to set up for this Drake, which we already mentioned would mean 4 mountains in a row for their soul. 15 seconds on the clock. Midhard is trying to find an angle here.
Oh, what a beautiful pick
Wow.
on the Namor! And without Namor, where's the damage going to come from Parkview? They're going to give a valiant effort, but Smacks, I'm going to be real with you on this one. No Kaisa. And Rek'Sai's not going to do enough damage to be able to carry through this fight, and it just means Sunny Hills just get to walk through the rest of the team for free. Another quadra for Soon Chang, and Sunny Hills will lock down Game 2, putting them at match point for the grand finals of Play versus High School Championships.
2 quadra kills and 2 finals of the Play versus Cup, Rafa. Sunny Hill, they're trying to take it all today. They are trying to go home early, and they're going into this third game on fire.
My God. You know, Smacks, when we said that there is a potential that, either we go to 5 games or we see one of these teams come out with such a dominating force that they are just trying to speedrun it and just get a 3-0. I mean, I was joking, but Sunny Hills are coming out here with no mercy whatsoever. They are playing fantastically, and there are moves being made from Parkview High School where in the early game they went with the Rek'Sai pick. They wanted to snowball the early game, and they committed to camping the bot side of the map. They got multiple kills onto Soon Chang and Pixel, but I have to say, the fact that Sunny Hills were still able to turn things around and get to that mid game where this composition just really came to life, then it really makes you wonder, okay, well, what do Parkview do going into Game 3 here, Smacks?
And that question has got to weigh on you even more so if your name is Namor after that game, too, because you were that early game win condition. You were the Kaisa who was 4-0. And you had all these extra items. You're against Senna, the utility marksman. It's on you to be dealing all that late game damage. And Terror, he's popping off as well, but he's sending all those resources down to you. You've got the Enchanter, you've got the support, you've got the tank front line. And to see this huge gargantuan Swain just draining all of your health and just exploding in 2 quadra kills for Sun Chang, that cannot feel good. For Namor, gotta come back with some stronger strategies and some stronger capabilities to scale up into that game as well. Because another thing, they got the first 2 Drakes of the game, and then they ended up letting him slip by the 3rd one, and then the 4th one, the 5th one, the 6th one wasn't even necessary to close out the game here for Sunny Hill. Huge games from them. 2 different strategies as well for Sunny Hill. Big congratulations on these first 2 games, but you got to close out a 3rd one to take the entire trophy home.
Yeah, Sunny Hills definitely on the front foot here. Whereas for side of Parkview, representing Virginia, East Coast Max, they're the ones with their backs against the wall. But usually, we have seen time and time again in multiple scenarios where there's always the potential that even down 0-2, I'm going to mention Cloud9 here. Congratulations, Sunny Hill. There's no way that Parkview come back from a 0-2, right? And then, reverse sweep. Sometimes it happens, right? And if you're a Parkview fan, if you're supporting the boys from Virginia, then that is what you're hoping for the students and the players to be digging deep and finding that power to be able to just swing things back in their favor. But, game 3 will be on the horizon, folks, as we take a few minutes to recharge and get ready for game 3. All right, hold that, hold it, and zoom, boom. Game 3 is coming your way, folks. And it's a 2-0 right now in favor of Sunny Hills High School right now, which means they are on match point. They are on the brink of closing this series out right here, right now, looking for the speed run any percentage. But for Parkview High School, I know they are not going down without a fight here, Smacks.
Yeah, Parkview section, they do not want this to end without any victories of their own here in this best of 5. If it was a best of 3, though, it would have already been over, just to show you how dominant Sunny Hill have been in this series. And I assume they're going to be swapping up sides again. That would mean that Sunny Hill is back on the red, so they've got some counter picks going. But for Parkview, that does mean they have their pick of the litter with their first picks. We previously saw that Viego was the first lock-in of the game here in Game 2. That pick seemed very, very strong for Barrick in the top lane, getting that solo kill, and then the resets later on as well. But nothing has been quite as strong as the Senna Swain bottom lane that we just witnessed. Double quadra kills in the bottom lane. We saw the Senna was banned away in Game 1, so they couldn't do it then, but left up in Game 2 in favor of the Ezreal ban. You probably got to ban that Senna again, Rafa.
And now we know why, Smacks, because that
Senna
Swain combination was kind of snasty. The fact that Soon Chang was given the whole world. I mean, actually, let's take a step back and let's be accurate here. Soon Chang and Pixel received a lot of attention from Terror. Soon Chang did pick up first blood because Cal Cavalier was there for the little bit of love and support with the counter gank. But afterwards, Sarah was like, "All right, well, I don't appreciate you getting first blood, so I gotta put you in the dirt real quick." So he came gank after gank after gank. They dove Soon Chang, they dove Pixel under tower, and it didn't matter because it wasn't enough. Parkview High School weren't able to execute on snowballing, accelerating the lead that they got for Terror and Namor, respectively. And it just got to the point where Sunny Hills High School, they drafted a death ball composition. And when you get to that point, you hit those item power spikes and a Seraphine hits the 2 items, like, all right, I'm feeling good. You got the Crescent Guard, you're blocking out all that range damage, as we saw happen in Game 2. So now Parkview, they for me, Smacks, either maybe Parkview goes for a similar death ball composition of their own, or we see something else that maybe just all ins on full on early game snowball. I mean, it is super volatile, but Parkview High School, they're the ones with the options. I want to throw it back to you on something else, Smacks, because Sunny Hills are potentially on the brink of closing out this 3-0 series. And, being able to talk with the coaches before this match, I know that one of the coolest things that I remember speaking to them about is the culture that is around their school and how seriously their esports program is treated and respected as much as traditional sports programs over there.
Yeah, it's just a really cool thing to hear, because I know you and I, we've been removed from high school for quite a while now. You longer than me, you old man. But video games were just not like that when we were in high school. I'm getting cold from our producers who are even older than Rafa somehow, that I should watch my tongue. But regardless, Ed is just really
Cancel
cool.
him, K-Tad. Take off his webcam. You gonna let him take that from you?
Anyway,
continue.
It is just very cool that the high schools these days are taking that very seriously. And oh no, I'm gone. I hope that
Smacks is gone. Let's go. One day we'll let Smacks continue with his.
You know what, Rafa? I'm here. I feel like you should talk about the culture at this point, because I'll keep getting cut off by our producers.
Well, Smacks, I'll set you up again. The culture it is definitely changed since we were in high school. I graduated in 2013. You graduated in what, 2016?
Yep,
I believe
that's true.
Boom! I actually did not know before. I was just kind of guessing. I was spitballing on the age difference there, but for us, being able to see this trend and the shift towards being more understandable and just aware that esports does exist, the video game culture does exist, and it's accepted. That's the cool thing. I think being able to talk to the coach Gavin, and it's like he'll talk about, oh yeah, like I have friends who don't even play League. It's like, yo, I saw you on the Jumbotron. The fact that they even have a Jumbotron that broadcasts some of their games is so sick, and I love that they're just completely open and accepting that, yeah, esports exists, guys, and it's completely as legitimate as traditional sports programs as well.
We got to hear about their esports room as well with 30
Yeah,
pieces, which is quite a few. That's pretty awesome to have. I remember the big chunker computers that we had in our computer lab in my high school.
Oh yeah, with the fat the back ends. Yeah. I mean, those things were only good for playing like Oregon Trail and Lemonade Stand games, but as we're heading into draft phase, we got some spicy picks already coming onto the Rift. A Nocturne first pick for Parkview High School. This already opens up the table for some potential compositions, mainly focused on dive and having the ability to globally impact the map here, Smacks.
Sunny Hills seem like they're going for a very similar strategy to game number 1, though, where they do have this Fiddlesticks and they do have this Galio. We saw the Galio go to Pixelin in the previous game. They will, though, now have to deal with another dive threat composition, but this time it's going to be packed with the unstoppable power of the Olaf Ragnarok and even more speed with Karma.
This time around, as you pointed out, Fiddlesticks and Galio was a really good combo for Sunny Hills. Okay. All right, I know Sunny Hills, they have the advantage, but I'm not going to lie, picking a Jinx right here makes me a little nervous because if it wins big because you get all this burst damage down, and then that sets up for Jinx resets, and you can just mow through this entire squad of Parkview High School. But with the way that Parkview High School's composition is set up right now, you have such strong dive threats, and you don't have protection right now set up for Sunny Hills. The fact that you've locked into Galio means you're not getting a Thresh this game unless you want to put the Galio mid lane.
It is sort of feeling like Sunny Hills are playing blackjack and they're at 18 and they just slam the table with this Jinx. So
hit me.
Maybe it works. Maybe it works. Maybe Jinx is the 3 that they need. But
high roller. Yeah, Sunny Hills right now.
It's definitely feeling that way. But they are still 2 out there at match point, and all they have to do is win 1 of their next 3 games. And if my solo queue promos have taught me anything, that is a little bit harder than it seems, as it turns out. So we'll hope that this team is a little bit stronger than I am in my solo queue, as a lot of these players are a lot better than me at the game, which is very cool to see. We're now going to be getting into the second phase of the picks. A couple of marksmen were banned away by Sunny Hills, as Parkview still have not locked theirs in, but this is a very strange turn of events, Rafa. We have the blind Vladimir that's just been locked in by Sunny Hills.
Bro, is there going to be any defensive utility for this Jinx from Sunny Hills, or do they just not care? They're so confident that they don't need to pick anything protective for this Jinx. They're just saying, listen, you could literally just be parked outside of the fight, send in a super mega death rocket. That's all we need from you. if you don't feel safe in these fights, don't worry about it. We don't even need you, because you've got Fiddlesticks, Vladimir, Galio, everyone just wants to go forward. If you're ever going back with this composition, you're doing something wrong at Sunny Hills. As Parkview, they now answer with a Kaisa, which I would have imagined that would be the AD carry that you would want for Soon Chang, but I guess, it's going to be on the other side.
I just watched the first couple of episodes of Demon Slayer, and I feel like Soon Chang will be playing the Demon Sister in this game, which is very fitting for Jinx. But it feels like in this one, you just kind of got to get in the backpack, and then they take you for a ride. That's what it feels like to me, because, again, the full lead bearer now, too. Barrick is going to be diving in. Midhard's diving in. Cal Cavalier's diving in. Pixelin's jumping in on top of them while they dive in. Soon Chang, you better keep up. You better get those resets, or else you are getting left to die against the Nocturne, the Olaf. Every single person is out to kill specifically Soon Chang. That was the same thing that was true of last game, though. And it ended up working pretty well for Sunny Hill, double quadra kill for Soon Chang. If he does that again, yeah, they deserve this 3-0 for sure, Rafa.
I will give you that. If Sunny Hills win with this composition, then they have objectively destroyed this series. But
Yeah.
what for me, Smacks, I am just so nervous for this Jinx safety, but it might not even matter because you have damage coming from at least two other positions. Vladimir is just there for damage and damage amplification thanks to the Hemoplague. You've got Fiddlesticks with the Crowstorm, also a ton of AoE damage. Volibear, more than likely, knowing Barrack, he's probably going to go for the Divine Sunderer build, which means that he's also going to be doing quite a bit of sustained damage in these fights as well. But when you look on the flip side from Parkview High School, they have at least indexed into some defensive utility. You've got the Karma locked in once again, and being able to pair it with champions that do make sense wanting to go forward as well. The Olaf, the Nocturne, and the Kaisa all want to dive. So this is a heavy dive comp, and I guess Sunny Hill's answer to that is like, well, this Jinx is probably going to die, but we're just going to index into a lot of other damage in these fights so that it doesn't matter if we lose our backliner.
This is just an Olaf playground for Terror, Rafa. If you're the jungler here, if you're Terror in this situation and you're the Olaf, I know that you're feeling good. If we're drafting this in Clash later today, then and you get this draft, you better carry us because it's all on you, man. I'm probably the karma in this situation too, so I'm the one speeding you up.
Yeah, you're absolutely right because the one other big advantage that Parkview have is when you look on the flip side, Sunny Hills don't really have a lot of early game agency. No, Vladimir is going to be pushed in by the Karma. Yeah, or rarely any. I mean, to an extent, even top lane is going to be hard to contest a lane priority because you're up against Nocturne. Nocturne naturally pushes his wave. Karma naturally pushes her wave. The Olaf is going to be able to win out on any 1v1s against the Fiddlesticks inside the jungle. And because you have pushing lanes as well, mainly through your solo lanes, you should have the ability and the agency to be able to freely invade and push Cow Cavalier out of his jungle. So, the one caveat, Smacks, is that just because you have the ability doesn't mean it naturally wins you the game. You got to actually execute, and you got to coordinate with your solo laners to make those plays happen, which, I would expect that Parkview should be able to do. And that is probably what we're going to expect within the first few minutes of the game. Making sure that Terror is talking to his laners, coordinating these wave pushes and saying, hey, all right, on this cannon minion wave 3, slow push that in, make sure that they have to, respond to that wave, and then move with me into the jungle, right? And then making sure that Cow Cavalier doesn't get access. Like, if Cow Cavalier gets a crab, something is wrong. something is up on the map.
On the other side of it, though, Rafa, if execute is the name of the game, and that's all that Parkview have to do, then I would say the Sunny Hills are probably a fully evolved Executor at this point. And not just the regular one. They're like the really tall one from Alola. They're the crazy palm tree version of it. Because they have been so good in these team fights in this game. I have to remind everybody that last one was a comeback victory. They did win that one just through the team fighting alone. They were put at a huge deficit in all of their lanes because of Terror's Rek'Sai. That very well could be what happens in this game too, because Terra is on this early game threat of the Olaf. He's got the support to back him up. He's got the crowd control to back him up. This is an Olaf composition, and against not a lot of priority, feels like that is going to be a very similar situation. But they have to make those team fights work as well. If they can get the leads, great. If they can get the Drakes, great. But they do still have to burst through this Sunny Hill composition, and the Sunny Hill players, more importantly, of which are up 2-0 in this grand final series in the PlayVS Cup.
Parkview, the onus is on this squad, and we know that the stakes are high. grand finals. These are the best high school teams, not just in this country, but also, bleeding into our neighbors in the north, as we had finalists from Canada competing in this circuit as well. So sending the top 2 teams to the finals here will be resulting in basically the best youngsters in the entire country here, Smacks, and to for whichever team to be able to win that crown is going. Absolute strength and performance. Sunny Hills, 1 game away. Just 1 more win, and it's theirs. But Parkview, if they want to come back, that mountain climb begins now.
It's the calm before the storm at this time. You can see all the members of the California finalists, the California champions at that too, sitting in the bush waiting on the prowl for anyone to be so unfortunate as to walk through there. I don't think anyone is going to do so in Parkview, but got some extra vision down over there thanks to Cal Cavalier being a very healthy jungle champion. Does not need the extra health and sustain of the potions. Has dropped that ward down. And Terra, not quite as lucky, does have the refillable pop. But it does look like they are still going for that late invade, and they are still going to be taking away the blue buff. You can see that right there. Help with the last cone. Here it comes.
Well, it's a little bit of a slow start for Terra to get into this blue buff, and then Parkview High School. They're still going to be able to get the steal off, but they know that the control ward is there, so Sunny Hills having all the information that they need to be able to make a counteract. Now, the question here, though, is, Smacks, now the onus is on Hemorrhage and Zephyr to try and contest, push for waves right now, building up to the 3rd wave, because you see Cal Cavalier is already trying to book it towards the top side of the map, and Hemorrhage is dipping out of his lane right now, along with Zephyr. They're collapsing because they know that Cal Cavalier could be completely screwed out of his jungle. They're moving a little earlier than Cal Cavalier would be suspecting. They're only still level 1, at least for Hemorrhage, where Zephyr was able to hit level 2. Cal Cavalier, the blue buff will be reset, and now you see Terror crossing through mid lane right now. Midhard and Barrack are able to join up. Hemorrhage still only level 1, however. Terror, level 2, taking the Gromp and the blue buff on the other side of the map. All the support that Midhard and Barrack were able to come in and support Cal Cavalier ensures that he does not get triple buffed.
Very tense situation on both sides. Terror sort of has to watch this happen, but forces the flash of Midhard. It's Terra's ghost here too. Will continue the chase, perhaps? Still thinking about it, wrapping around. Oh, Midhard did not see.
Oh no, and he's just gonna run right into Terror here. I don't think he has the Sanguine Pool either. That's gonna be first blood for Terror.
The sneaky barbarian with the ghost enters the bush, and Midhard gets caught slipping too far forward and too greedy on the pathing there too. Now Terror, he's trying to do the same thing to the Volibear top lane too. Still has not thought about the Scuttle Crabs quite yet. We're 3 minutes and 30 seconds into this one. Cal Cavalier does have a level or a camp lead right now, but this kill is going to feel great for Terror.
I mean, we saw that Midhard and Barrack were willing to give up lane access to make sure that Cal Cavalier wasn't punished in that jungle start, but the fact, look at the vision. The fact that Terror was able to sneak right into that bush is absolutely insane. Cal Cavalier doesn't get punished in the jungle, but his mid lane does.
Such a nice play from Terror. Very heads up thinking too, predicting the movement of the enemies. That's the name of the game here for jungle, as unfortunately can't predict the movement of the Scuttle Crab, so we'll miss out on the axe right there, but
man,
it's all right. He got the kill first. It's all right. Good.
Check this out, Smacks. Scuttle Crab is actually a devious little punk. Because there are times that you did not damage it or affect it, and you throw a skill shot, and it's just like, psych! I'm telling you, man, Scuttle Crab actually sometimes is controlled by an actual person just to mess with us on the Rift.
It's like when you're driving through traffic and you hit all the red lights. Like, somebody's definitely watching. Right
now. Oh my god, that was me yesterday. But
oh yeah,
first, yeah, I don't want to talk about it. The first dragon has spawned for the game as Parkview High School. Once again, going back into the lane dichotomy of these naturally pushing lanes in favor for Parkview High School. Zephyr being able to shove in this wave onto tower, getting some chip damage onto mid hard. But Terra doesn't take advantage of that. Is going to continue full clearing through his topside jungle. I wonder if this opens up an opportunity for Sunny Hills to actually go for the dragon instead.
Feels like it is. As you can see, Cal Cavalier is just walking around, perusing the bot side river. Scuttle Crab is actually going to be enough to dissuade it, so nice on Terra to have that extra utility on the map, and it will force Sunny Hills jungler to go back to clearing his own camps. It's going to be the long Fiddlesticks trek, just waddling up, get to those Krugs. You can see the Terra even has a lead in the camps, and a lead on the Rift here too. Now it has the Iron Spike Whip and a Ruby Crystal. Will be making his way back onto the map. And this is like we were saying in the draft, very scary Olaf. He is not the kind of champion that you want to be seeing if you are a member of Sunny Hills.
Check this out, Smacks. You see this wave state in the bottom side right now? It is potentially a slow push, and look where Terra is. Already on the bottom side of the map as well, knowing that Cal Cavalier having to have passed towards the top side after being spotted in the bottom side of the map. A little bit of deduction here. The control ward will spot out Terror, so they're going to know that this jungler is on the bottom side of the map, but Cal Cavalier can't respond. They have the slow push in favor of Parkview High School, so this is a free dragon for Terror.
Cal Cavalier is still level 4, not anywhere near hitting the Crowstorm power spike, and Terror takes this so quickly, even smiting that one at the end there too. There it is. The gold going over to Zephyr. That's going to feel pretty good for your support, but they are not done yet. 4 members in, pushing forward to take away the blue buff. Does this one go to Zephyr too? Nope.
It was close. Cal Cavalier mid hard were about to take it away. You saw Hemorrhage also looking for the recall and staying out of vision so that Bear couldn't interrupt him in case a fight erupted. Had Teleport had Paranoia available, definitely could have joined the fight, but Sunny Hills don't opt in to start anything off. They are just comfortable giving it away. And I have to give credit over to Sunny Hills, being patient. As we talked in the draft phase, Max, this is not a composition where Sunny Hills have any business trying to contest Parkview in the early game.
You can see that reflected on the scoreboard at the bottom as well. Zephyr up 20 CS, Namor up 25 CS in the bottom lane. The early advantage is palpable just on the numbers of the game alone. But not only that, Cal Cavalier still does not have the Crowstorm. We saw just how impactful that ability was in game number 1 for this jungler. Really needs to get that online if they're going to find some form of power in this game. As of right now, though, only thing that they have in favor is Barrack's lead in top lane. That's a 20 CS lead for this Volibear against the Nocturne. That's going to feel pretty good. You will have a much bulkier frontline threat moving forward in this game here for Sunny Hill because of it.
Things calm down on the Rift. Rift Herald has spawned. I want to see if Parkview High School want to ever take a chance to rotate 401 over, as the Rift Herald, especially for a composition like Parkview, who are relying more on hitting hard in the early mid game, not getting outscaled. It means that having a Rift Herald to unlock the map early on would definitely be the play. As Terror wrapping around is actually on a collision course for Cal Cavalier. Is going to get spotted out. Scarecrow says, Spooky Viking is in my jungle, Barrack. Please, can we deal with this guy? But wave being pushed in, you don't want to force Barrack to choose between CS and XP under the turret.
Wow, Cal Cavalier calling Terror's bluff right there. Even after the ghost is popped, still stands his ground on these Krugs. Very bold Fiddlesticks right there. Keep pushing forward. 2 control wards into this pit. Crowstorm at the ready. But Torowan's on the roam. This is 4 members of Parkview that are here to defend this away. Does Barrick still go for this?
There's no way.
He does.
Okay, well, this is a 1-on-4. I guess you do have Galio coming in with the hero's entrance. Crowstorm follows up. Do they have enough damage, though? Oh my god, there's no way! How do Sunny Hills keep getting away with these fights? They do lose out on 2 members, but still, taking down 3 for 2 in exchange for the Rift Herald, that is a nice amount of gold that goes into the pockets of Sunny Hills.
Pixelin and Soonchang from all the way in bottom lane are impacting on this fight with their global ultimates. Watch this minimap. Galio's already mid by the time they're considering this. And we hadn't even noticed this either on the cast, Rafa, but Barrick goes in knowing full well his team is going to back him up. Even the Jinx rocket helps out in the end. Midhard with the Hemo Plague. That's a triple kill for the scaling Blood Lord Vladimir on your screen. I said it before, Soonchang is getting in the backpack for this one. He carried the first 2 games, but it's seeming like Midhard is the one who has been chosen to defend the Californian people.
Terra is here as Pixel and Soonchang were getting a little frisky with Namor and Torwan. Gonna make sure that it says, hey, guys, stop hurting my bot lane.
Yeah, definitely do not want that to happen if you're the Jinx. Soonchang, of course, has not picked up any kills quite yet, but is still going to be a big scale-heavy Jinx as the game progresses. And like I was saying before, he's going to have the bulkier front line. There's really only this Nautilus and, of course, the Rampaging Olaf, but I wouldn't really consider that a tanky front line for Namor. Barrick is up 30 CS in that top lane now. Even after giving his life away for the good of the cause on the Volibear earlier, has still been able to keep that big advantage. Top lane. Nice hook in mid, though.
Mid hard, getting locked down here. Gonna pop the Sanguine Pool and the Hemo Plague, gives him a little bit of healing back up. We'll be out just fine. Parkview High School still haven't dropped the Rift Herald quite yet. Still sitting and deciding where to put it. Just as I say that, say, you know what, let's send a mid lane, but Soonchang and Pixel already heads up on the rotation as we get a teleport back in from mid-hard. There's going to be no Hemo Plague, but the Crowstorm might be enough to follow up here, but it's a beautiful Death Charge interrupting the taunt from Pixel.
That wasn't the full plan here of Sunny Hill, though. They have started up on the Drake. They have the vision cleared out, but there's the Paranoia, the teleport.
He's going to be able to dive right on to Soonchang, and Namor is there for the follow-up with the Killer Instinct flashing forward. They're going to run down Jinx, and they'll be a gone 80 carry for Sunny Hills High. Terra also picking up Pixel in the midst of the chaos here, and Parkview. This is where they accelerate. There's no Hemo Plague. Okay, wait a minute. Barrick does equalize a little bit of the odds, picking up Namor, but still 4 members strong against 2. No Hemo Plague, no Stormbreaker from Barrick either. This Ocean Dragon will go over to Parkview High School.
That was an excellent use of the Paranoia from Hemorrhage. Denied away the teleport for those 6 seconds. Barrick showed up late to that play because he used that early. And I mean, you have it for 6 seconds of the Paranoia. You can use that at any time. So Hemorrhage, he gets to teleport there early. There it is. Get to watch this one yet again. Gets onto the backline. Soonchang uses everything in his power to try to escape. It's just not enough, and meanwhile, Terra takes down the support here too with the extra Enchanter power of Karma. A double kill in the end for Terror. Midhard picks up his 4th kill of the game, but that's all that they get. They lose out on 3 kills, they lose out on this Drake, and it is going to be Parkview finding yet another way to scale up into this game.
Yeah, and you have to wonder, you know, Sunny Hills, you had just blown Hemo Plague to get out and teleport back into the fight. You had also just blown Crowstorm as well. So when you think about the ultimates that you had ready for the counter engage, it was practically none. So you have to wonder, Sunny Hills, did they really have any business trying to contest the dragon at that point? Were they feeling a little too ambitious about being able to take that fight against Parkview?
Well, ambition has got them this far, Rafa. They are still at this deficit. We saw them make that comeback happen in Game 2. I don't want to count out Parkview quite yet. They are still in a tremendous lead. They still have this tremendously fed Olaf. But Sunny Hill, if history repeats itself, still are in somewhat of a position to land this 3-0. You can see mid-hard is very powerful on this Vladimir. He has that mythic item completed, has a bunch of glory stacks on his Dark Seal. Is a spooky prospect, even after this Olaf does find 4 kills of his own.
3,000 gold lead, nothing to shy away from. Parkview High School have the push here, but Cal Cavalier could be in position. Go for a Crow Storm, but over that particular wall versus the Raptor Pit wall is not going to get you into the right place that you want to be, thanks to Hemorrhage, who was able to push Cal Cavalier away, threatening him in the one-on-one. And now for Sunny Hills, as we are approaching third dragon of the game, is going to be a Mountain Soul game. And, you know, a good way to be able to counter burst damage, which is what Sunny Hills has, is just stacking resistances and potentially getting an extra HP shield on top of it.
Idar does not have that Void Staff quite yet, so magic resistance of something like a Spectre's Cowl, something like Mercury Treads, gonna feel pretty good. If you can amplify that even further, then yeah, more power to you on the section side of things. And with that power, they will be starting up on the Rift Herald. Barrack is recalling Cal Cavalier is nowhere to be found. Have to imagine this is going to be going over to Terror, and likely means the death of the mid lane turret for Sunny Hill. You can see that that one's quite low, a little bit worse for wear. Rift Herald is all you need to take that down.
Oh, he might actually have enough damage on the Zephyr here, but the Hemoplague might have been a little too late. Timed on Zephyr. He doesn't have enough mana, but Flash from Zephyr actually dodges out on the Blood Tides. Oh, but Cal Cavalier is here. I was like, wait, who's that over the wall? It's a Fiddlesticks!
Surprise! Doesn't have the skin, but I think it's still the same effect right there. Midhard gets a 5th kill of the game. That's a full Dark Seal now. It's not quite the 1v1 that I think he was expecting to be able to find the kill with. Karma, as it turns out, is very tricky to kill in those 1v1 situations, especially with the Mantra W. The healing can be brutal to cut through, but still finds the kill in the end. And killing that supportive mid laner is going to feel pretty good as you get the Oblivion Orb of your own here from mid-hard, and potentially going to be laying down some vision after Torowan is done, so you can contest this Drake.
Barrack's teleport just came back up. Hemorrhage still waiting on his. Dragon is about to spawn in about 30 seconds. You have just seen Zephyr making a proactive teleport to the bottom lane because they are trying to set up priority for this dragon that is about to come up. 3 dedicated people towards this mid turret for the shove. Zephyr getting the push down to mid-hard, knowing that he can't threaten lethal without Hemoplague for just a few more seconds. And now, as a group, Parkview should be able to rotate over to this dragon.
They have Paranoia, they have Teleport, they have the same tools at their disposal that they used so effortlessly on the previous Drake. It is just spawned, the wards are in position. It's only a matter of time, Rafa, before they pull the exact same lever as they did in the previous fight, but Midhard is still here. He has a full stopwatch now at his disposal. You have to keep that in mind when going on the aggressive here for Parkview. See them setting up.
Double stopwatches, actually.
Yeah. Torwan's on the flank here. Cal Cavalier is out of vision. Nice Void Seeker. Does spot him out for just a moment, but dips back into the shrouds of the Fog of War. And once you're there for Fiddlesticks, your ultimate does fear all of your opponents. That is crucial to have.
I think they're giving this up, but look at the rotation. So Parkview High School saying, all right, you know what? This is too scary to contest in the Dragon Pit. We don't want to fight with Hemoplague and Crow Storm, but we already have pushing lanes in the top lane and the middle lane. They're going to trade for 2 turrets here.
Really nice stuff, and they back away before they have to worry about the Crow Storm too. Expert play from Parkview to take down their 3rd turret of the game. All in one fell swoop. You get the bot one, or that's the only one they don't get. They get top, they get 2 mid, and all your opponents get is 1 measly Mountain Drake. That's gotta feel great.
Yeah, it's not like Sunny Hills High School are that close to obtaining Mountain Soul. This is their first dragon of the game. Parkview High School, if they were that concerned, you know, clearly they would have contested for it, but it's not like in prior games where they saw Sunny Hills at Soul Point. This time around, Parkview They had the first 2 dragons of the game. They are more than happy giving that one away. And so that has awarded them a little bit more map control, more accessibility into these jungle quadrants and setting up vision control, which is going to be super important as they work towards either this Mountain Soul condition or setting up for Baron.
Baron is about to spawn, but it's only the first Baron of the game here as we just crest 20 minutes in this one. So, not to think about it quite yet, I'd imagine. There are still some Kraken Slayers online, so if they do want to make a move for that, either team, really, could maybe threaten it, but I feel like the team fight is where both of these teams are really trying to make their strides and make them hit hard here, too. Still very even game, apart from the gold, which actually sort of contradicts my statement. I feel it's even because Sunny Hill, they've got this Vladimir and Jinx still scaling up, and I know how threatening these 2 champions can be if they're left to their own devices, but Parkview have been playing this one very well. They do have this lead for a reason. It's about 3,500 gold, and they've done so by cracking open these structures, which they have done a phenomenal job of throughout this entire series, and they might be looking for more.
Dive bomb onto Soon Chang, has to flash away. Beautiful taunt and interrupt from Pixel to keep Hemorrhage at bay. Look at the flank from Barrick. Follow up with the Crow Storm and the Hero's Entrance at Barrick. Takes down Hemorrhage with that Stormbreaker, but the follow-up, Soon Chang, is he going to be able to take, oh my god, mid-hard. Beautiful Hemoplague. Soon Chang is untouched. He could potentially clean this up, but they're going to have to lock him down. Terror, can he get in range? What's
He's doing it!
Soon Chang!
He's doing it!
He does! There's no way. A quadra for Soon Chang. How does he keep pulling these out of the bag?
He does it again, Rafa! Another quadra kill on this Jinx. This is the one immobile target that has no way to get out, no way to get in, just has to use the mechanics and the movement. That's exactly what Soon Chang does right here. Let's just watch this entire fight from him. He uses his heal to the benefit of his team, so he doesn't have that one. He doesn't have his flash for the entirety of this one, but Terror just doesn't quite focus him early enough. There's the first kill, the Super Mega Death Rocket onto Namor. And from here on out, just the rockets and a Kraken Slayer. That's all it takes for Soon Chang to wrap up this quadra kill and take the ace for Sunny Hill.
I'm at a loss for words, Max.
It's insane.
I'm trying to find how to accurately describe my emotions right now, and it just doesn't do it justice. Sunny Hills are still in a gold deficit despite all of that, but the fact that a lot of that gold just swung right into the pockets of Soon Chang, who was losing out on the push war. Namor and Torawan were, okay, we're going to have another fight right here. Hemoplague coming right back up. First damage is going to come down, but this time, Parkview High School find the threat in Soon Chang, take him out of the fight early, triple for Terror, no jungler to contest, it's a Baron for Park.
They forgot about Soon Chang last fight, but they know not to make that mistake again. Yet another triple kill for Terror. He's up to 10 of them in a row. What?
What? No way! It didn't even register to me! You can't be serious!
No!
Barrick with an incredible steal!
Come on, man! Barrick! Just with the lightning over the wall. There's just no way.
All right, okay, we do have to look at this fight because being able to isolate Soon Chang right off the bat, incredible stuff. In fact, if we could just fast forward to the steal, that's what I want to see. As you see in the picture, Sunny Hill High School, because they have Baron buff, and they already have all the members there, are going to be able to pick up the second Mountain Dragon of the game. But look at Barrick, ladies and gentlemen. He comes in, does he even have vision? I don't even... Okay, He
just drops the E. It deals 350. Oh, that's all it takes.
The question mark ping even came out. Oh my... That would be me too, man. Oh my god.
Now I'm at a loss for words. They picked up the second Drake of themselves there, too. It's 2-2 on the Drakes. Are we... Are we gonna get another... Wait a second.
Eric might be fine here. Use the Stormbreaker, trying to contest against Terror, but I think Terror has the stats to be able to deal with this Bear. But just as I say that, Hero's Entrance comes out of nowhere. The bat signal has been called. Pixel is there to make sure that Barrack gets to walk out safely. And now Zephyr popping the Shirelli is making sure that Midhard doesn't run them down. But as Smacks, I think, are you looking for another comeback? Is that that's what you're fearing to see from Sunny Hills High School?
It's all set up again for Sunny Hill to lose the first 2 Drakes and then take 4 Mountain Drakes in a row. Again, they already got the first quadra kill on Sun Chang. They already got the Baron. They already got the first 2 Mountain Drakes. I'm getting some deja vu right now, Rafa, and that deja vu is not a good sign for Parkview section. Let me tell you.
I'm almost a little upset that I didn't see the steal until after you reacted. I was just like, yeah, they're fine. They got it. Huh? Well, that definitely decelerated Parkview's snowball and momentum right here. And with the Baron buff on their side, the second Mountain Dragon in their pockets as well. Sunny Hills being able to pick up a mid turret gives them and opens up the map a little bit more. As are they actually thinking about trying to counter engage this? Cal Cavalier is over the wall.
Yeah.
I think the ward was able to spot him, so watch Hemorrhage. He's looking for a flank of his own. Yeah.
This is... Oh, here it is.
Oh my god. Good night, Torawan. That was not the safest path, as Punish will come in for Sunny Hills.
Good news for Parkview. Only Torawan took that path. It will only be the Nautilus that dies. And also the Baron has expired because Sunny Hill were at such a major deficit and they did take a pit stop to kill that Drake. They did use up all of their Baron just to try to claw their way back into this one. But good news for Sunny Hill is they have shortened the gold gap to less than 1,000. It's going to be even fewer once they take that turret. There it is. I don't know if they can go any further than this. They don't have Crowstorm anymore. Cal Cavalier, you gotta be careful.
Making sure that Sunny Hills don't get engaged upon right now. Terror throwing down some axes, getting the slows down. Scarecrow, Launcher Inspire.
Nice dodge.
Trying to pick up the movement speed here as they might actually think about it. Paranoia into the teleport. They're going to look to dive bomb Terror, trying to get his way into the back line. It's going to be on to 5 members. Namor following up with a Killer Instinct. Here comes the counter engage, though. Hero's Entrance, Stormbreaker, all follow up. Hemoplague is going to do enough damage. Now Suncheng has to chew through this front line, but it's only Barrack left alive. But 2 members are gone from Parkview High School. Suncheng finds Namor.
There's no way.
Another one. Oh, but this time around, Terror will be able to take down the AD carry. Does he win against Barrack? I think not. Barrack, the last man standing, will pick up the ace for Sunny Hills High.
Oh, I thought Suncheng was gonna do it again. I was excited for the second Jinx quadra kill, but this is pretty much the same effect here for Sunny Hill. They're still winning out on these plays, Rafa. Get to see this engage one more time. Torawan's a little bit far away from this team. He has to flash forward and land that depth charge there. Doesn't quite get all that crowd control that I imagined he was hoping to, but jump the gun just a little bit. Midhard gets to survive for quite a while, but insta-killed out of the stasis. And Suncheng just cleans up the backliners with the rockets, with his flash. Terror learns the strength of the Divine Sunderer here from Barrack, and the Bear is the only one standing. The Bear is the hero for this game right now, winning out on that brawl, and with the Baron steal before that too. Sunny Hill now have the gold lead.
It is just barely.
Oh no, here it is.
Okay, Curl Storm activated. Taunt activated. Suncheng looking to pick up the rockets, but they find the dive bomb, and Suncheng has been exposed. Terror and Hemorrhage working hand in hand to make sure that the AD carry is gone from Sunny Hills High. And with no AD carry, there's no more damage follow-up. Hemorrhage is just going to be giving his life for the cause here, but Sunny Hills, they don't have any else gas left in the tank. Barrick trying to do the best that he can, but against 3 members, he's not going to get out alive. Cal Cavalier, the only survivor for Sunny Hills, but this will mean the 3rd Mountain Dragon goes over to Parkview.
Barrick survived for a tremendously long amount of time, but Soon Chang not so lucky. Parkview take that fight 4-2. They do lock in this Drake. That will be their sole point. Watch this replay yet again. This paranoia is just so powerful, and they bait out the Crow Storm from Cal Cavalier as well. Does not land any fear on top of it. All this crowd control, all this damage, insta shutdown for Terror. From here on out, the fight has already been won for Parkview, but Barrick does make it a little difficult.
He has one giant bear, but when the divers from Parkview are able to just ignore the front line and go straight on to Soon Chang. We talked about this during the draft phase, Max. I know we've seen Soon Chang kind of pop out of a miracle in that first quadrant of the team fights, but it goes to show how important these fights need to be played out. Parkview High, as long as they're able to isolate the AD carry threat and take him out before the fight is really starting to get into the thick of the fold and things, then Sunny Hills don't have the sustained damage to clean up the rest. You have all this burst from Mid-Heart and Cal Cavalier, but that's it. Barrick, kind of a glorified frontliner at this point because Divine Thunder is not going to win you a 1v3 in the end.
Mid-Heart's teleport was just used very defensively to try to get that fight started off on the right foot, but Parkview very wisely back away even after finding that nice dredge line onto Pixelin. The Baron dance is underway. The first few steps of it starting up. Some vision placed down. Scuttle Crab will likely be taken by Sunny Hill, which is a pretty big boost to your Baron taking capabilities. Not hitting it quite yet, though. I do have to say, Scuttle Crab would help tremendously here for Sunny Hill, but they do not want to waste any time right now. They're started up already. They're going to need to turn, though.
Oh, Terror's just getting right into the thick of things. They're trying to burn down the Baron. Who's going to get the Baron? That's the real question. Both spites have been used. Who gets the 200 health? Baron shares it, but here comes Hemorrhage from downtown. And now, once again, Soon Chang, when he is gone, Sunny Hills just don't have the damage to be able to deal with the members of Parkview. A quadra for Terror and the Ace. It might be enough to push and end the game.
We'll see if they can end Rafa. They don't have very many minions. They don't have the inhibitor killed quite yet, but what they do have is time. Soon Chang won't be up for another 20 seconds. Hemorrhage is going to tank the tower. This might be the beginning of the comeback in this finals series here. Parkview.
What?
Teleporting bottom lane.
Okay. They didn't believe that they had enough time to do it, so he's just trying to get as much turret damage as possible, trying to teleport to save that minion wave. They're rotating over. Sunny Hills have to deal with the super minion wave that is coming in through mid lane right now. They might have enough time to get some damage onto the bottom turret, but it doesn't look like that's the case. They will sweep out this entire jungle, though.
Sunny Hill they didn't turn on the Baron play. They all ended up getting wiped. Yes, they do still get the miracle Baron kill from Barrick's damage. I believe it dropped down to 25 HP at some point. Watch this one yet again.
It was 25, and then it went back up to 216.
Yeah.
Look at how,
25!
That,
That's
I
insane.
imagine if one of the members of Parkview High School had been able to just poke it with the Baron buff and that minion wave,
it would have ended.
Maybe they could have ended the game.
Yeah. That would have been the entire game. Right before our eyes. Right before Sunny Hill's eyes. After they took the first two. But by Barrick's miracle hands, they are still in this one. Still going to have to wait and see if they can fully take the comeback by storm. Good news for Sunny Hill, Rafa. Soon Chang has both Summoner spells and a Guardian Angel. This is the safest the Jinx could possibly be in this game until the entire enemy team is dead. Cal Cavalier is on a ward right now, so you can see that Parkview do not want to go for this fight, but what they do want is the Drake. It's going to be up in 23 seconds. This would be the Drake Soul, the Mountain Drake Soul for Parkview High School section. Funneling into this river.
Oh,
they're going for the
this.
base.
Yeah, they're just going to turn tail. They know that the rotation from Sunny Hills is a little slow, as now they're just playing push and pull. They're forcing their hand.
What a bait.
Right in synchronization with the dragon spawn, so Sunny Hills cannot get back. I mean, they're dancing around back and forth. 7,000 health. If they can burn this down before Sunny Hills get, and I think they're gonna get it. Super Mega Death Rocket, not gonna be in time. Mountain Soul has been secured, and now do Sunny Hills do they have the confidence to take this fight still? Massive knock him down. Killer Instinct right into the back line. Soon Chase has no way to get out, but he still has a GA. Can they deal with Thamor before Soon Chang comes back up, flashing over the wall? Dissing himself, gets rockets down. Hemorrhage going for the back line, takes down Soon Chang, and I think that's going to be
triple.
Barrick is once again.
Quadra.
Oh, did they give him the quadra? But Barrick is able to deal with Hemorrhage, but I don't think he's going to have enough to take the deal with Terra, because just look at this damage from the Viking, as Barrick is actually sustaining, but it's okay. We don't care about the 1v1 because Zephyr's just teleporting right into... Wait. Oh my god, I love League of Legends, Smacks. And Parkview, they're not down out yet. They're going to continue their lifeline in this series as they try to push...
Hold on.
They end the game here, right? They end the game here, right?
Oh, come on, guys, you can do it!
Well, I mean, they should be able to. Okay, Ragnarok is there. He's not going to care about the taunt. He's not going to care about the knockup. Just auto the Nexus. There we go. Parkview.
I wasn't convinced. But they got it in the end. Parkview
there's a moment there where you're like, no, not again. Please. There's no way that they can't actually close out this game. Like, please, guys.
Oh, my word.
Woo! What a nail biter. Oh, my God.
We have a series on our hands. We're going to game 4 with this one. Starting off that reverse sweep. That's the first step to do it. Take that game 3. We'll see if they can take that game 4 as well. But man, these games are insane.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything that we can break down for now. I think this is a time where everyone, not just me and Smacks, but everyone else at home, we got to catch our breath here. Let's get some good old hydration in our throats, and we'll be right back, folks, for game 4. Max, what a
Yeah.
what a banger we got for game 3.
I gotta massage my face because I was smiling too much because it was so funny and fun. All
it
right.
was it was the most exciting game of League I had watched in a hot minute. So thank you both Parkview High School and Sunny Hills for delivering. And I wouldn't want it any other way because this is the grand finals. I want to see everyone throwing the house, the kitchen sink. I mean, however the phrase goes, you got to put everything on the line when it is the grand finals here in the spring high school championships for PlayVS. And as we're getting ready and locked in for game 4 in the draft phase, I want to point out, Smacks, you know what? Sunny Hills were able to find some fights, but the fights that they won, that was pure, sheer dumb luck and just better execution because I can't tell you how mad I was that they draft the Jinx and there's like no defensive utility apart from Galio. And it's like, what do you think is going to happen? I imagine Sunny Hills are going back to like, yeah, okay, once they recognize that they can just barrel through the front line and kill Soon Chang, our comp is kind of doomed on the damage.
This series, I think, has had the most quadra kills of any series of League of Legends ever. That would be my guess.
At this point.
I think I would bet in favor of that being true, because this has been so crazy. There have been like 5 or 6 of them. There were like 3 more in that last game. This is so insane. But one thing is for certain: terror is a terror on Olaf, Rafa. He was so good on that pick. All of those team fights, the draft was built around him, the game was built around him, the fights were built around him, and he delivered. He is that biggest reason why we are here in that game number 4 for Parkview. You gotta thank Terror for getting you this far. You still have a couple more games to win if Parkview section are going to be the team to hoist the trophy at the end of the PlayVS Cup. And as for their opponents here, Sunny Hills, they only need 1 more win, which has been true last game also. But they've given themselves a nice safety blanket by winning the first 2 games. The momentum is not in their favor anymore, but we've seen how good they are in those team fights, even in that last game. Somehow their Baron steals are also immaculate, but we're going to need to see a little bit more.
That was also sheer dumb luck because it was blind. He just timed it. All right, we'll call it skill. It skill. But the Baron slowed the roll of Parkview High School, but it wasn't enough to deter them from being able to pick up a win. Game 4. Remember, this is still match point in favor of Sunny Hills High, but Parkview High School, now they have the momentum and they have identified a way to play League of Legends that works with their strengths, the players that they want to play around as well. And for Sunny Hills High, now they are the ones that are forced to change and adapt. And, if you're going to go for a Jinx composition again, I think it's cool to have burst damage. You definitely need it. It's something that me and Smacks have talked about when Jinx was a more hotly contested pick back in March, earlier this year. But you got to have some defensive utility to make sure that this Jinx just doesn't get walked and steamrolled through at the beginning of each fight.
You definitely do. You definitely want to keep Soon Chang alive. He turns out the Soon Chang in the backpack strategy not quite as strong as when he is the primary carry. But they've got some more time to figure it out, and they've got some more time to promptly ban the Olaf, which is what I'm assuming will occur here in the draft for game number 4. I believe they will be swapping sides yet again, so Sunny Hill back to the blue side. Looks like we're waiting a little bit longer to get into that draft, but it will be coming rather shortly. But so far, the Sunny Hill side, they've banned away the Udyr, they've banned away the Darius, and I am forgetting the 3rd ban. But you know what? Just put Olaf there. Makes sense to me. If I can't remember what the other one is, then it can't be that important.
I think the other one was the Senna for a majority of the time. Well, at least against Sunny Hills, right? Because Sunny Sunny Hills was the one that pulled out the Senna. Now, when they're looking at their compositions, Olaf can. We can ban the Olaf, or you can ban something that empowered the Olaf, which, hear me out here.
That's also true. The Karma.
I think the Karma's got to go. You could tell that even though the Karma didn't necessarily work out in Game 2, that's because it was paired with the Rek'Sai. I mean, the Rek'Sai doesn't have the same type of steamrolling power that an Olaf does, because you're just looking to assassinate one target as Rek'Sai. But Olaf, you build Gore Drinker, and you've got all these defensive durability stats, and then you got a Karma just giving you the movement speed so that you could just run in and do your thing, man. Reckless swinging, undertows, axes through, you're going to damage down. Rah, Viking all over, man.
Very true. And he had the Spirit Visage as well, which is a really cool tech item that I enjoyed, because it does give you extra healing. Just in Olaf's kit, gives you extra healing on the Gore Drinker. It makes your shield stronger when Karma shields you, which is very nice to have for that team. So I really liked that second item. We didn't get to talk about it that much in the game, but that's because we were just talking about Terror actually smurfing it so hard in that game on Olaf. I think he had 15 kills by the end. Maybe it was 16 after he killed Barrick, who was trying to teleport to the base, which was so funny. There were so many great moments in that last game, and I can't wait to get onto the Rift for the fourth one.
I just had to take a sip of tea because I was feeling the burn in the throat after that Game 3, and I was just like, man, there's so many moments where we're like, all right, the game's over. Wait, what? It's not over yet, guys. And the game, I believe in you, but they got there eventually. And now, Game 4, coming to you now as we're going to see what Sunny Hills, it's the first time they've dropped a game this series, what changes for them in the ban phase. You already mentioned before that Darius and Udyr still have to potentially not be allowed. Going to ring true here as we see the Udyr ban come out. But Parkview High School, if they've been if this composition of having a strong enchanter mid and then pairing it with a strong jungler that works well and relies on movement speed and enchanters to be able to buff them up, things like the Olaf, the Xin Zhao, the Hecarim also to an extent as well, things that Sunny Hills need to look out for.
I do not tolerate cowardice.
So far, the Udyr and the Darius are still going to be banned away. See, told you, those ones are the most important. It comes down to this third one for Sunny Hills, where they really have that creativity. Do they ban the Karma? Do they ban the Olaf? The Oppressor or the Catalyst? It's the Oppressor.
Hey!
Taking away the Olaf for Terror. Now on him on that champion yet again. And it does push Terror onto some of those other early game champions that we saw, like that Rek'Sai, or maybe back to scaling on things like that Hecarim that we saw before. But one thing's for certain here, Rafa, no Senna on the table does mean that Sun Chang is likely going to be going back to this Ezreal, as they do lock that one in for him.
So, Smacks, I believe that the pick that Sunny Hills had been banning the entire game or series was that Gwen, because Parkview instantly hover the champion. They're contemplating whether they want to lock it in right away. It's going to go to them. And this would be the first time that we've seen Gwen all series as well. And because we don't have any footage of Zephyr or Hemorrhage playing this champion, we have no idea how skilled they are. Because Gwen in the right hands, very powerful Smacks. But we've also seen Gwen get dunked on in lane and other levels of play.
The big champion that pairs up with that Gwen very well is, or against the Gwen very well, is Lucian, in my experience. You do have a lot of extra range, and you have your Relentless Pursuit to dodge out on some of the spells too and keep your distance from the Gwen and match her mobility. So we'll see if that one does come through for Sunny Hills. Midard has had a very diverse champion pool so far in this game. If it is going to be him playing against Gwen, the Viego, though, is still on the board, and Barrick really crushed his game of Viego in game number 2 with all the resets, all the solo kills, everything looked phenomenal on that champion. Just might be a little tougher if he is against the seamstress of the Gwen.
Cal Cavalier, not at all dissuaded.
Ooh.
I was debated. We have the switcheroo, and now we've gone with the Sejuani Smacks. And honestly, for me, I've been a big fan, and long awaiting for the Freljord Queen to come back into the fray. And I know that sounds like cap for a lot of our friends, because anytime they put me on Sejuani duty, they claim that I get very upset and sad. But Sejuani right now, especially with the changes to Warmog Smacks, it is a very strong champion.
Fiddlesticks dissuaded, Rafa jebaited, long have we waited, Sejuani activated.
Well done, Smacks. Well done.
Thank you. We do know that it's going to be up against some rather immobile champions so far, the Karma and the Jinx. Karma, of course, has a lot of movement speed augmentations with the shields, but Sejuani is still going to be pretty nice at engaging against those, and will likely force the use of the cleanse from Namor, and probably things like the Quicksilver Sash later on. What the Sejuani does signal to us, though, is that Midhard is thinking about playing a melee champion. So those are the kind of champions that really start to activate Sejuani, like my rhyme otherwise entailed. You can see that Parkview are keenly aware of this, and they do ban away that Yone as one of those champions that can pair very well with this. They do already have some magic damage with the Sejuani, and Ezreal does pack a punch with that too, so Midhard can certainly still go for a bruiser-type champion.
And check this out, Smacks. Like, Sunny Hills, aware that they could not get rid of the Karma, took away the Hecarim and the Xin Zhao, knowing that it pairs extremely well with the Karma. Parkview, though, looks like when it comes down to the line of champions to pick to pair, Trundle is going to be the next option available.
The traditional counter pick to the Sejuani, you use your ultimate and steal away all of her resistances while that passive is still alive. So for Terror, he's had a great series so far. He just hard carried the game previous, which Parkview did end up winning on the Olaf. See if he can do it again on this Trundle, a more utility pick for the likes of the Hemorrhage Gwen and the Namor Jinx. Going to be up against the Urgot, though, and that one likely will be going up to the top lane here for Barrack. We did see Barrack have a really good game on the Viego, but Urgot not really known for the mid lane prowess, will likely be going top, and that does mean that Sejuani has not does not have a melee champion to pair up with in the top lane, but Viego's still going to be roam around the rift in the mid lane, probably.
Yeah, technically Urgot, even though it is short range, it is still range, so it doesn't get to activate the permafrost stacking passive whenever Sejuani is in close proximity of her allies. You will be able to proc it with Nautilus and Viego, as those are your two melee champions. But on the flip side, Parkview High School did lock in this Tristana as their solo lane of choice. And, you know, one of those things, Smacks, where if you're contesting for lane priority, so far you're going to get a lot of it from Zephyr.
So Parkview High School, let me paint you a picture here, Rafa.
Okay,
what does Gwen use to deal most of her damage?
Snip, snip.
Okay, there's snip, snip, but what else?
All right, Smacks. I feel like the question is not poised really well for me, because when I look at Gwen, I just see Hallowed Mist.
I'll give you the context clues. I'll go the other way. What does Jinx use to deal damage mostly?
Auto attacks.
All right. What does Tristana use mostly?
Auto attacks.
What about Trundle?
Auto attacks. Okay, are you telling me Gwen auto attacks? All right. So okay.
There is an item that makes it so auto attacks deal 12% less damage, and that item is called Plated Steel Caps. That item is pretty good for Sunny Hill in this game, Rafa. I'm feeling like if they know this and they build that item on all of their champions, they're going to have a pretty good time.
All right, so here's my thing in caveat about that. I agree. Okay. Steel plated caps are going to be quite nice this game to pick up for the Sejuani. I mean, thankfully you have this Trundle though, because Sejuani realistically is the only dedicated tank for this team. Nautilus is going to be another one, of course, but support budget. Yes. Yeah. Probably just rushing a locket and calling it a day and hoping that maybe he can finish a second item, maybe a Knight's Vow. But yeah, Trundle looks at Sejuani, says, "Oh yeah, all that armor and HP you're stacking, that's mine now." And there is no magic damage from the side of Sunny Hills. It is all physical. You got Urgot, Viego, and this Ezreal. So, and the only way you are able to actually get magic damage is, if Ezreal decides to itemize for or some magic damage later in the game, or you're hoping that mid hard takes the Gwen in this fight and just starts ripping through with the snips.
That's very true. That could be pretty useful in the late game. You don't get access to the ultimate, which is Gwen's really big team fight tool, but if you do get that magic damage, it's going to feel pretty good. The true damage is nice too. But yeah, the interesting thing about that though, Rafa, is that for the side of Sunny Hill, yes, they do have mainly physical damage, but they have so much crowd control that you probably want tenacity anyway. And for those champions who can't really build legend tenacity in your runes, it does typically mean you still want Mercury Treads for that. Now, hopefully, both teams are keenly aware of this, and we're getting pretty nitpicky about the boots before the game even begins, especially considering one of these teams is at match point in the finals. But it is something to think about, and me as the nerd caster over here, I've gotta point it out when I see it.
I'm also pointing you out as well. But,
yeah.
Respectfully. See, something we learned at Disney is, you don't do the one finger point, you do the two fingers or the hand gesture. So that way, if someone thinks that you're pointing them out, this looks a lot less offensive than just, you.
Or you could take keeping on the Disney theme, you keep the Lumiere approach, where you just have your entire hand as it's on fire, and you just point the fire at B. Yes. So, that's also a good way I've found in my life from experience.
Yeah. Understandable. And looking at these compositions, though, once again, we already talked about the majority of the physical damage profile coming out from Sunny Hills High, whereas on the flip side, for Parkview, you got a little bit more diversified and spread out, mainly crit physical auto attackers in this Tristana and Jinx. And then you're going to have Gwen, who is dealing a mix of true damage and magic damage through her auto attacks as well. You're looking at this early game, though, and even though the scaling is still pretty nice for the side of Parkview, just because you have two crit scaling marksmen, you're also going to have this massive push priority from Zephyr against Viego, who melee range, even though does not have to rely on mana, you're still at a range disadvantage. So, and Sejuani is not necessarily a jungler that gives you a lot of early agency and ability to match in 2v2. Trundle and Tristana, I imagine you're going to have a bad time.
Definitely could be the case, but that crowd control can be rather lethal. So you got to keep your eye on that here for Cal Cavalier and Midhard. Midhard has a stun in his kit too, so should be pretty nice to have here. This is the first game, though, as we do get onto the Rift, that we are not seeing a level 1 invade where all 5 members of one single team are stacking up anywhere. That is not happening in this one. Both teams are playing it more reserved, as for Sunny Hill, they just watched their Nexus explode for the first time in this series. They're still up 2-1, but they do not want this to happen again. But for Parkview, they want to keep their momentum going. They want to end this one out, or at least take us to that Silver Scrapes Game 5.
It would mean everything for the Virginia representatives, repping East Coast as well. Check this out. I know summoners are not necessarily the most game-changing things, but Exhaust picked up for Hemorrhage instead of the Ignite, Ghost for Terror as well, prioritizing movement speed for this jungler, and just being able to just zip and zoom through these team fights and for ganks. But also the Exhaust means that Hemorrhage is paying a little bit of respect to Barrick's Urgot here.
Quite rare in League of Legends that you see a team that does not have 5 flashes on it. Even more rare that you see a number fewer than 4, but that's exactly what we're seeing from Parkview, like you said, Rafa. So The one that is the least surprising to me, I have to say, is Hemorrhage. Usually the Gwens that we've seen in the top lane are running the Ignite mostly, but the Exhaust can be really good to deal with some of these really burst-heavy carries like that Viego, and perhaps if you can get in range, the Ezreal too later on is going to be a nice one to go for. The flip, though.
But Exhaust comes out and Barrack's like, wait a second. Why'd he have that summoner spell? And...
have to recall, and that's just the benefit that Hemorrhage got by having a little bit extra range in this lane thanks to the E and pushing the lane a little bit further too. He does hit level 2 before Barrack does, and that gives him a ton of extra damage to work with in this lane. Barrack, though, he's the only person with Flash, so he does not have to deal with the extra mobility afterward if Hemorrhage were to have that either, but then again, it might not have even needed to flash had it not been for the Exhaust in the first place. So, good on Hemorrhage to do that.
And this is one of the first times where we've seen Hemorrhage have a much more advantageous part in the laning phase. And actually, you know, considering the Nocturne lane was pushing against the Volibear, it is one thing, but being able to force summoners this early on, going to have a slight advantage here as he can get a recall. Oh, wait a minute. Teleport coming in. Didn't use the teleport to go back to lane. He was saving it for the bottom lane turn. Now Pixel and Soon Chang have to be on the run. Cal Cavalier going to be escorted out as well because of the pressure that was pretty much exhausted by majority of the members from Parkview High.
By doing that, it does leave Terror with the right-of-way in the river. So Cal Cavalier is going to feel a little bit sad about this one. You can see the stutter step back. Cal Cavalier was more interested in securing the crab, which Pixelin attempted to do before, but then flashing forward. I mean, a little bit more damage, but Namor has to flash away.
Burning flash as well. I guess there was a heal from that prior fight that we saw. Soon Chang actually flashing forward. Once again, the arcane shift down. Wow! First blood for Soon Chang.
Pays off in the end, Rafa. We do end up seeing Pixelin land yet another hook on this Nautilus. There it is on display for us thanks to this replay. Namor has to flash away. Already previously used the heal and does leave Toro on very worse for wear. Soon Chang, so much mobility on this Ezreal, has the flash still available and locks down First Blood in just the isolated bot lane 2v2. A huge play from the Californian members.
Does grant him not only the tier for the recall, but as well as the sheen. This Ezreal is already in prime position to be set up to start stacking that tier, making his way towards that first item Manamune, more than likely. Divine Sundra will also fall in place, and this is going to be a strong mid-game Ezreal as we get to that spike. And remember, the first dragon is still on the table for Parkview. Trundle, you can solo this dragon early on, Sejuani, not necessarily the case. So, as soon as Sunny High ever want to go for this objective, it is going to rely on mid-bard and the bottom lane being able to get priority over their lanes, as mid-hard starting to put Zephyr a little bit some damage here. Cal Cavalier comes up and Zephyr says, all right, I've had my fun.
See just how easy it is to stack Conqueror on Viego because of that 2-hit auto attack passive. Whenever you hit a spell, you get to attack them twice. Very similar to the Master Yi passive, where he used to charge that one up. But Viego gets to do it a lot more frequently as long as you're weaving in those spell hits, and that's exactly what Midhard is able to do. Now, level 6 on the Viego, one of the first members on the entire Rip to hit that. Gonna give Sunny Hills the extra priority to push in both of these lanes and go on over to the Drake, but Terror with a Ghost is here.
Terror is going to pop right over the wall. Cal Cavalier is still here, but they're getting a lot of damage down into Pixel. Now they have a numbers advantage. Cal Cavalier is not going to fall quite yet. Gets the Triumph heal back, but Namor getting the resets in, but Midhard with the teleport gets one after another on the Toro wand. Zephyr following in will give Namor the right of way in terms of safety to make sure he gets out alive.
In the end, it is going to be a 2-for-2 across the board, but Sunny Hills, again, Cal Cavalier is trying to go for some objectives in the river, but that pesky bot lane just keeps on starting these fights. Pixelin finds the Trundle over that wall. Still, they do have some extra priority available to go for this Drake. You can see them starting that one up. But Terror back to
They're
the
gonna
scene
go
of the
for it
crime on the
again?
Trundle.
Uh-oh. But Pixel doesn't have flash. He's trying to walk out, but thankfully he's buying enough time for Sunny Hills to all collapse here. Zephyr's this time is around. Midhar doesn't have his ultimate, or no, I take that back. He's going to go for the reset once again. Terror whittling down. Now he's going to be able to take the Trundle. Maybe he can pop a pillar out, but the damage coming out from Namor and Zephyr is just going to be far more than Sunny Hills can handle. And Cal Cavalier, a tank all by his lonesome, cannot deal with the damage that's coming out from Park View. The first dragon will be theirs to claim.
Oh, Sunny Hill! I thought that they might... Wait, hold on. Wait.
I think he landed the ulti, did he? He's got a lot of healing back, though, and
So
Barrick
much healing.
doesn't get a chance to put Hemorrhage down at the execution threshold with the fear beyond death.
Gwen ultimate just heals for so much, Rafa. It's really gross, but let's watch this replay yet again. Pixelin he takes the blast cone over the wall, but the members of Parkview were already here. They already knew that they wanted to go for this Drake fight yet again, and by Pixelin starting it off too early, does go down and does get chunked quite heavily, but that's not the really bad part. The really bad part is that Namor and Zephyr has so much AoE damage and everybody's grouped up just for it. Both of them end up getting a couple of kills, and it's going to be the Drake taken by Parkview. You can see that it has not dissuaded Cal Cavalier yet. They go for the Rift Herald, but that play is gigantic, and Parkview feel great about it.
Max, during that replay, in the picture-in-picture, Cal Cavalier won a 2v1 with Midhard and took down Terror, and Barrick won a 1v1 against Hemorrhage. That is why the Rift Herald was so easy to complete. Barrick now, even though losing out on the Summoner spells advantage against Hemorrhage during the level 2-1 fiasco we saw, starting to win out on the lane, and the Rift Herald will come in, get the charge down. Oh, it doesn't look like it's going to actually kill the turret quite yet. They have to back off, but it's a bunch of Rift Herald, or a bunch of plates for the turret. And now Barrick starting to snowball his lead. If we get a chance to see the gold lead and where it is sitting at right now, because it's a solid 1,000 for Sunny Hills overall, but I want to see where Barrick is standing as he picks up the steel-plated caps and the Bramble Vest smacks.
That'll be a big chunk up there. Could potentially lead to a full turret, plates and all taken. There. Gonna have to find out if that one does occur. Where, you know, this is just how the passage of time works. But Barrick, Midhard, and Cal Cavalier are very keen on killing this Gwen, who is pushed up tremendously far to pick up those turret platings. There's the flip.
I think that's all she wrote, Smacks, because Hemorrhage had nowhere else to run. Had a queen on a boar and a man who is down bad
Queen and a king.
on opposites. Well, the Ruined King, the down bad king, as we call it. But Parkview High School now have an opportunity to make this collapse down to the bottom side. Soon Chang's going to have the arcane shift out of this one. Nice hook from Pixel is going to interrupt the damage coming out from Zephyr. It's a lot of burst coming out. Oh, Parrick with the teleport, almost clipping Zephyr, forcing the flash, but he still goes down to Soon Chang, and the collapse might be enough from Sunny Hills to turn around. Barrick will fall.
Healing.
Midhard is going to look for the resets, and Namor still alive out in this entire fight, but just as I say that, going to get picked up here, and now the rest of Cal Cavalier and Midhard are going to be able to... Actually, no, they don't turn this around at all. What am I thinking? God, Cal Cavalier might have overestimated his welcome here, because Hemorrhage is able to clean up the rest with Parkview.
Midhard was so close to getting another reset, potentially cleaning it up, but no, they just barely don't find that play. It all started off with Pixelin making sure that they survive the early onslaught. Let's watch this one again. So Zephyr, he's setting up for this play. They just saw a topside play made by Sunny Hill, so that signals the start of this one, but the Urgot teleport comes through. Barrick just barely does not connect with that ultimate thanks to a very nice flash. And the flash was necessary, by the way, because if Zephyr was hit and killed by that, his entire team would have been feared from the fear beyond death. Super brutal, super clutch that he was able to survive this. And the same goes for Torowan. so close to going down, but the
Oh,
snare
man.
keeps him alive in the end, and then Terror takes a chomp out of him. Again, another favorable play here from Parkview, and on top of it all, they actually keep their top turret alive because of that teleport through from Barrack.
Well, Smacks. I have to say,
Well.
once again, Parkview making things interesting in this series, keeping their hopes alive and being able to make a comeback, despite Sunny Hills having match point in their favor. Barrack almost could have done major damage, as you pointed out, missing out on the Fear Beyond Death thanks to Zephyr's flash.
Uh-oh.
Prevented a lot as, mid-hard. Oh my goodness. He doesn't even have an item completed yet, as you're going to see another top lane 1v1. Barrack trying to get the flash down into Hemorrhage, but might have to go look for the getaway. Ultimates exchanged once again. Sunny Hills does have advantageous positioning, though, over the Dragon, thanks to the solo kill on the Zephyr.
You were baited by the tab screen, though, Rafa. Midhard had already completed the Blade of the Ruined King, as he is the Ruined King, and he has the Blade of the Ruined King. I hope you followed all that.
Don't, oh my, please don't ever say that again. that hurt my brain. I'm pretty sure I heard Ruined King like 5 times, and I don't even know in what sequence. That's just all kind of blended together.
Poison for Cusco.
Yeah. Yes!
That's all you need to know.
Banger film, by the way. Emperor's New Groove. Oh, such an underrated Disney film. As for Sunny Hills, the point is, Blade of the Ruined King now being picked up by mid-hard. And for him, this is huge spike. A lot of massive damage. Saw it being exacted upon Zephyr as Hemorrhage. Might be in a bad spot. Cow Cavalier has to wait on the Howl and Miss. Throws it out, but keeps the Glacial Prism.
Good use of the Gwen W right there. It's a very good ability, as you can see from Hemorrhage. Well-timed. And I might add, the turret with the final plate was able to survive. It looks like Barrack, instead of going to kill it right now, is going to play the waiting game and not get baited in, as Terror was waiting in the wings. Turret is still up there. First turret is still up for grabs on top of that all. Barrack, it looks like he's actually going for the Titanic Hydra Rush on this Urgot, which has been pretty good. It's been nerfed recently, specifically for Urgot, but it's still a powerful option to go for. It's still a very good item to have with Urgot's kit, and that's why we're seeing it.
I'm just taking a moment to breathe here, Smacks, as we approach the 15-minute mark.
Please do.
2
I need
dragons.
you to be alive.
Yeah. I'm doing my best to hold on. This has been quite a ride through this best of 5 for the Play versus Spring 2021 High School Championship Finals. Sunny Hills and Parkview have been duking it out. The second dragon of the game, or the third dragon, as this is an Ocean Soul, will be coming up in about 2.5 minutes. Rift Herald is available. Terra already having an inside track on the Barrack. Gonna be just launching him down. Glacial Prison comes out, but it's a little too late. But does Mid-Hard have the damage to clean up the pieces? He's gonna get 1 reset onto Gwen. And I think you are laughing about the stray downtown Super Mega Death Rocket that just went zooming by.
And the Ezreal, both AD carries. Just throwing their ultimates in. Please give me an assist. Neither of them do quite there. But because Namor and Zephyr swapped lanes, it is going to be the first turret taken by Parkview in the bottom lane. And even though that was a 1-for-1, even though both top laners did end up dying, it is Cow Cavalier who tries to start up the Rift Herald. Gets it a half HP, but instead they hook.
Oh, beautiful hook though on the Namor. Flashes out, potentially in the nick of time, but Barrack looks for the Q. Clips him. Down goes the AD carry for Parkview High School. Down goes the jungler. Just like that, the 2 members being taken off the Rift means that the good old Shelly, or Herald, depending on who you want to name it at this point, will be taken, as well as this mid-tier 1 turret for Sunny Hills High School.
And like they don't even need the Rift Herald to take down this turret. Huge pick off by Pixelin, and honestly, a lot of kills on both teams have happened around this Nautilus player in this 4th game, Rafa. See this one happen yet again from the Fog of War. Whoop.
Honestly,
It's so
that would happen to me
disorientating.
too.
Yeah,
If
exactly.
a dredge line came out of the nowhere, I would be disoriented like that as well. It's just
Yeah.
like, oh my goodness, whoa, what just happened? Nautilus came out of nowhere, crazy hook, and I'm dead.
Honestly, I think the reason why we didn't see that is because it's just not safe for a broadcast like this. We're just happy to name it. That's just what it is, you know. You get hit by a dredge line, you're like, oh, and cut the tape, cut the replay, please.
you don't want to see this. No, this is not my proudest moment. Now, Parkview High School.
We don't need to relive this.
PTSD coming in for them. Poor Namor. Now, Parkview High School, they're only down just 1,000, so the gold lead at this point in the game isn't the grandest in the scheme of things.
Hemorrhage was just canceled on the recall. He used exhaust.
Uh-oh, mid-hard.
Gwen.
Gwen and Viego, Season 11 champs. Ladies and gentlemen, Hemorrhage has time to be able to recall. Can teleport back. Won't have ultimate for this fight. It's just up to Sunny Hill High if they can just burst down the fight.
Turn.
Why are we engaging, guys? Just focus on the dragon. You're fighting for the numbers advantage. Secure it. Okay, Sucheng will pick up the Ocean Dragon, but now they got to run. Hemorrhage is now coming for vengeance. He shuts down the jungler for Sunny Hills High. Baron is not on the table because it is only 18.5 minutes in the game, but this mid-tier 1 turret is exposed for the taking.
Sucheng just wanted to kill the dragon, man. Just kill the Drake. We need it. You hear him saying that. All right, let's watch this Gwen champion and what it does, because it is rather infuriating. Oh my god.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
Now, normally, if this was a 4-on-4, maybe this engage works, right? But, you know, not keeping in mind that Gwen is about to recall, can teleport back into the fray of the fight, and Zephyr is untouched and then looks for his opportunity right here, Smack.
Just look at Sucheng. He's like, please. Let us kill the Drake. Don't get cut to shreds by Gwen. But they just didn't listen. Hemorrhage is now going to be monstrous on this champion. Riftmaker completed, going for the Nashor's Tooth next. Have to imagine. Gonna see the power of the Season 11 champion. The AP one. So far, there have been 2. Unless you count Rel as a preseason champ. But I think so far it's just been 2, because Rel wasn't part of the Ruination thing, and I think that's their whole theme. So, Rel's just an angsty teenager. She's probably a fan, honestly. She's probably a fan of the Ruination, but I don't think she's involved.
I mean, I could see it. Although I don't know if angsty do angsty teenagers ride on horses though.
A metal horse made of metal? Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll concede the point there.
You telling me you can't envision Gerard Way on a metal horse?
You know, I think during the Welcome to the Black Parade period, I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
he's in a black marching jacket, right? So it's okay. You know what? Thank you for enlightening me, Smack. Says going back into this game, 2.5 minutes on the next Ocean Dragon. Remember, Sunny Hills, they're 2 dragons away from Ocean Point. Parkview, 3. So for them, Sunny Hills, they are starting to become a little concerned with how out of hand Hemorrhage is starting to become as he completes this Nashor's Tooth. A second item also completed for Zephyr as well with the Phantom Dancer. Parkview High School, their damage sources are starting to spiral a little bit too out of control. And Sunny Hills, if they are not able to isolate those targets in these team fights, they will just run through them. So it becomes even more imperative to try and pick up these next 2 Ocean Dragon smacks.
Gotta be careful. And for Parkview too, they still do have this Karma online. And Karma is not a champion that needs a lot of items. That's why you end up seeing her in that support role sometimes, and you do now see that the Shurelya's is online. That's a ton of extra movement speed and healing power and everything. The extra active on top of it. So powerful. So not only do they have all these extra carry threats with the Gwen and the Tristana and the Jinx who's still scaling up too. This Karma is very threatening. Just a lot of different champions that Sunny Hills have to track down and kill, which they want to do anyway, truthfully, because Midhard wants to reset all these Viego passives and keep ulting and everything, so it's in his best interest to do that anyway, but it's going to be very difficult to pick and choose which target you kill first in a game like this.
Sunny Hills still somewhat even in gold. It is shy just about almost 2,000 in advantage for Parkview High. About 23 minutes into the game, Smacks. A lot of lanes have just kind of been exchanged back and forth. Mid priority being gained by Sunny Hills High. Should be able to give them a little bit of the inside track into this river. Scuttle Crab was secured by Parkview High, so they are fully aware that members are sitting in these bushes since there's a ward as well there.
Gotta drop that control ward there, Pixel. Still going to be spotted out. There's the pillar.
Oh, wait, that's a beautiful Glacial Prison right onto Torwon. The support is gone. No more shields. Now they have to deal with the damage threat, so, but Namor with a beautiful Super Mega Death Rocket takes down Midhard. Hemorrhage running through the front line there, giving, not even going down. They don't need the Karma. They just have 3 damage dealers that just wipe the floor from Sunny Hills.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, Rafa. You use all of your engage tools onto one member. The others will still kill you, no problem. Torwon goes down as the utility support. But look, everybody's still here for Parkview. They can take the Drake, they can take the Baron, they can take the fight. Every single thing on the Rift is theirs. And they may have just secured their win in this Game 4. They may have just secured their place in Game 5 of the finals.
If you're Parkview High School, you can start seeing the lines align here, Smacks. Baron being secured, the second Ocean Dragon of the game secured. It's still not Ocean Soul point, at least for another 10 minutes, assuming the next 2 dragons are picked up back to back. But more importantly, it makes sure that Sunny Hills don't have access to Ocean Soul anytime soon. Let's take a look at this fight one more time.
Everything used onto this Karma, but Midhard can't get any resets down. Soon Chang can't deal the same amount of damage. And the front line is just melting because Namor keeps a full health bar this entire fight. This Jinx over the wall, able to get excited using that Super Mega Death Rocket over the wall. Really nice and wise move by Namor to do that. You can see across the board, everybody on Parkview has participated in just about every single one of these kills. Double-digit assists across the board, except for Hemorrhage, who has all the kills. It's as simple as that right there, Rafa. Everybody is participating, everybody is ready, and everybody is wanting this to be a close series.
Oh, wait! What? Wait, Namor's just gone! And Hemorrhage just teleported back in. They still have another indicator in Zephyr, but they're also the Gwen ultimate. Look at the damage that's just coming out. Do they even need Namor when you still have Hemorrhage and Zephyr who could just run through fights this easily? The valiant attempt from Sunny Hills, but the threats are just so much from Parkview. They have the Baron buff. A minion wave is coming in right now. They're just pushing through it. They don't even need the minions to get the damage resistances down. They might look to end the game here, Smacks.
Gwenult is so broken, man. It's so crazy. It just dealt thousands and thousands of damage in that last fight. And when I say last fight, I do mean last, because this is the end of game number 4. Parkview have started the reverse sweep, they've continued the reverse sweep, and we now get to see if they finish the reverse sweep in a game 5.
Smacks, I don't even know if we can look at this past game and break it down even further, because this Gwen got through the draft, and we were questioning, will this Gwen live up to the hype? Does Hemorrhage have what it takes to pilot this champion to success? Yep. And he said, yes, I can. Don't give me this Gwen or I will carry. So if we're going into game 5, we're not going to take any much more time because I hope you got your bee-woo-woos out, ladies and gentlemen, because if what I hear is correct, we should be getting the legendary anthem for game 5, some best of 5. So at home, please let us know. Actually, all right, debated. We might have to do an acapella version of Silver Scrapes because I remember we were talking to the PlayVS and I heard that there was a potential to get it. I just don't think for today's finals. I'm sorry for debating everyone at home. I heard it and I misplaced the information. So, but you know what? Smacks,
but we are getting a game 5.
We're getting a game 5. That's the important part, and we can do bee woo woos right now, and producer can just be comfortable fading us whenever we go. Bee woo, 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 bee Game 5! Smacks. We got a game 5. We're actually going to a game 5, dude. Like, how is this? How did this happen? You know what? I love it because Parkview said, Sunny Hills, you can take the first 2 games, but we're going to download you, and we're going to now come in with draft compositions that fit our playstyle insanely well. And just like that, another 2 games, but to the side of Parkview and the Virginia hometown heroes. And now everything in the past doesn't matter. It is now just a best of 1 at this point. Whoever wins this last match, they go home the victors, the freaking creme de la crop, the national champions.
You know what it's time for, Rafa? It's
What's
time for a high five for game 5. So you out there in the chat, you better get ready to slap your screen. Because
we're doing it this way. Bam.
game 5, high five. Slap the screen. If you're in Sunny Hill, slap the Jumbotron. There we go. All right. I hope you did it because that was your opportunity.
Oh my God.
We're ready. We're here. We're game 5.
I want to get the draft phase ASAP, Smacks, because I need to see how this story unfolds, how this epic tale comes to a conclusion. And the fact that we get to go the distance, that Parkview are on the brink of a potential reverse sweep means that the momentum has been shifted completely in their favor. It's been so hard that it froze my camera for a second as well. And Sunny Hills, they were on the brink of just closing it out. They just needed 1 game, but a loss, another loss, and now suddenly that advantage is gone. And so when we're looking at the entire thing from a scope, it's just like, you have to wonder, how did this all unfold? And it started with game 3, the draft from the side of Parkview High School. It made sense. Drafting around Terra, putting him in the driver's seat for the carry reins, and putting that Karma in the mid lane. And Terra like almost picked up 20 kills in that game alone. And then you go to game 4 and hemorrhage on that Gwen, man. And now you're putting Sunny Hills at a point when we go into this draft phase, you're thinking, okay, we banned the Olaf last time, but we let the Gwen go through because we needed to prioritize the Ezreal. So, like, what do we expect for the changes going into game 5?
It definitely feels like there are 4 champions that they have to ban there for Sunny Hill. The Udyr, the Darius, the Gwen, and the Olaf. And they're on red side for this game if they do continue to swap that one up, if I'm remembering correctly. So it's looking a little bit iffy. They're going to have to find some way to get themselves back into this series, get themselves back into that driver's seat, the momentum that they had in those first 2 games, and find some way to counteract whatever champion that they don't ban. We've seen a lot of times that if teams are leaving open Udyr, they end up picking the Rumble in the jungle as well. I don't know if the Fiddlesticks is quite the same as Rumble, but they've got similar ultimates. They're both magic damage. Maybe that one ends up working out. I don't know. I'm gonna have to find out what these teams do have in store for us. But one thing is for certain: when we do see Parkview on blue side, whichever one of those 4 champions does not get banned away, that's what they're going to pick first.
Yeah, this Karma pick is something that has gone through the table, even though that it wasn't a huge major instrument in the reason why they won game 4, but it is something that has been consistent in the wins that they have picked up in the latter half for Parkview High. And I'm imagining if you're looking at this draft, teams around the world have played comfortably into the Udyr. They've let it go, and they've had options. They've had answers for it. You know, obviously, you can't ban Olaf, Gwen, and Karma because then the Darius gets through as well. Yeah. So, but my question is, you know, does Sunny Hills have any time or any scrim time that they've put in onto an enchanter mid to match? They showed that they had the Seraphine pick for mid hard. It worked out really well. I wonder if they are willing to dip into something like the Lulu or the Karma, or if they feel comfortable bringing it out.
It's just going to be something that we find out. I am getting word that we have a slight delay to getting into the game, Rafa. We're going to be here for just a little while longer than usual for this one. But, that's just because these players really want to have everything at their disposal. They want to be as ready as possible to come into this fifth and final game. Whichever team's Nexus explodes, they're taking second place. The team that explodes it is the winner of the PlayVS Cup here on this glorious, glorious Saturday. And I'm on the East Coast. It's almost Sunday at this point. We're getting late into the evening for this one. We've been here for a while, and it has been so exciting all throughout.
One thing though, Smacks, I mean, I know it's getting into the later evening hours for you. For these kids, they have played much longer than we have been broadcasting because they played the semifinals earlier today. So they are really running a marathon in terms of just how long their mental endurance has been being able
It's a
to
lot of
work
League of
through
Legends.
strategies to play out games, just full on League of Legends action. A lot of people might think that, oh yeah, playing 10 hours of games, that sounds like a blast. But when you're in a competition like this, that can take a toll, and it really goes to show how much respect needs to be given to all 10 of the players on the Rift today, both Parkview High School and Sunny Hills High School, for really just dedicating so much of their time and really just sticking it out for the entire duration of the playoffs games today. As and I am getting word that we unfortunately do have to go to a another break, as we're seeing some technical issues for the players getting into the lobbies, and we want to make sure that before we jump back into the broadcast that we're just going to wait until the draft phase comes back up. So when we come back, the draft phase will have begun. So take this time,
Be ready.
get a quick drink, get a quick snack, because it's going to be a super awesome Game 5 banger to end out the series.
These days, there is
real estate really, really matters.
boom, we have a draft, and it's coming up. I promise you. No more debates. And if I do debate, then I will do something embarrassing. Smacks, what should I do that's embarrassing? So that
you'll do a dance to the new BTS song "Butter."
Okay, that is agreeable. That sounds like agreeable terms. We won't be able to play the music because of copyright issues, but just assume that I'm vibing. But we have drafts, and boom! Yes! Game 5!
Woo!
We're finally arrived because we have all been waiting for this game to start, and we are flying through the pick and ban phases because I'm very sure Parkview and Sunny Hills, they know what they want. They know what they're going to get, and we are just here along for the ride. And check this out, Smacks. Parkview actually banning out the Gwen means that Sunny Hills, they don't have to ban it for themselves. So this opens up the table. What are we going to get for a first pick priority for Parkview High School?
Sunny Hills did not ban Darius against Hemorrhage, who is a Darius main in Master Tier.
Okay.
Will they lock it in, or will it be this Ezreal for Namor? A denial away from Soon Chang, who's had 2 great games on it. It's the Ezreal instead. That, Rafa, leaves open Darius for Barrick. And Barrick is also a Darius player who is in Grandmaster and has a lot of Darius games. But we're still not thinking about that pick quite yet. Sunny Hills are taking away the Karma from Parkview. They also are taking away the Tristana.
This is a huge takeaway for Sunny Hills. Parkview as well, being able to exchange a couple of the picks that did give Sunny Hills a major advantage in the very first game of the day that we saw. With this Tristana Karma being picked up, there are still picks like the Xin Zhao that Cal Cavalier used to great success. It was paired with the Seraphine last time in Game 2, but Karma works just as well. We saw 100 Thieves, both the Academy roster and the LCS roster, used it to great success in this past week. But Parkview had a Lulu available. Now, the things that you can pair up with it range all over the place. Viego, smart lock-in for one of these solo laners in Hemorrhage or Zephyr.
It's a denial away from Sunny Hills too. Both of their solo laners have played it so far in this series, and it's a very powerful pick. 2, the Gwen is already off the table, so you don't have to think about that one as much. So the only Season 11 champion left is this Viego locked in for Parkview, and we've got some flex picks on both sides here. The Lulu does not necessarily have to go to this bottom lane. Can go mid, can go top lane. Same thing with the Viego. Can go mid, can go top. Potentially support, or not support, jungle for Viego. For support Viego to work, I think you'd have to get a kill on Karma, and then you'd be a support. Technically Viego at that point. But not quite the draft strategy that you want to go for. But the Xin Zhao, like you mentioned, Rafa, has been locked in for Cal Cavalier. And there goes the Darius. Has been knocked down the totem pole all the way down to the second phase. Not strong enough to be blind picking here, even for a player like Hemorrhage. So Sunny Hills banned that one away.
When you look at Sunny Hills and see what they've already drafted so far, we saw that Parkview flex the Karma from the mid lane away from Zephyr to Torwan. Don't know if Pixel would do the same here. And a mid-hard could still take this Karma, so it means that we're still looking for potentially a solo laner for Barrick. This Tristana could go into the bottom lane for Soon Chang. You have a lot of ability to move forward with this Karma. And this Tristana as well. Sieging power. And Xin Zhao, you can either tie it down with strong engage coming out from Barrick or from Pixel.
So this Jax ban tells us that Barrick is potentially thinking about locking in a champion that relies a lot on auto attacks. Sunny Hills already have a couple of those, and Parkview wisely are denying away that Wukong that Barrick did have a great game on in, I believe that was game 1. And that's another champion that relies heavily on auto attack. So denying that one away, there's a nice scout out against Sunny Hills, who still have yet to decide what that top laner is going to be. If they are going to blind pick their top laner right now, I wouldn't be too surprised. It keeps the flex pick between Karma and mid and support. but instead it's going to be a blind Malzahar in the mid lane. So get the suppression laser beam on lock for mid hard.
Oh, well, when it comes to surprises, that's not what I was expecting.
Yeah.
But Malzahar, point and click, suppression, insane lockdown. Only way you can get out is a quick silver sash. No cleanse will save you. Mikhail's Crucible could also be picked up, and this means that this Lulu more. Oh, it doesn't? Not even Mikhail's Crucible either? Oh man, so it's just QSS. Just QSS. Well, that is going to be quite difficult, as if this Nautilus gets locked in, then that means we are seeing a Viego jungle from Terror. Lulu being positioned towards the top lane as well. Unless
they just buffed Nautilus jungle. But we don't have to think about that at all. It's going to be the Volibear instead.
Okay.
Shout out to Axeman, 87. Good friend of ours. He likes the Volibear. He likes the Nautilus. Showing his entire champion pool right there, yeah.
Yeah, Olaf also being banned. It means that being taken away as well. So, I imagine then for Parkview... And, whoa. All right, Vladimir. And it's matching against the Lulu, I believe, in the top lane, unless they want... Or no, not Lulu in the top lane, the Viego. Because you have this Zoe going mid lane into the Malzahar, can't really slot anywhere else. So this Vladimir going to be scaling alongside the Viego, both of them getting a free pass through this laning phase. Shouldn't really see too much there. But for Sunny Hills, lockdown with this Malzahar. Between Zinzao and Malzahar, whether it's them setting up the ganks in mid lane or them going towards the top side of the map or the bottom side of the map, you have so much powerful crowd control that is all point and click. And it's very easy to execute. You just got to get in range.
The range bit of it is going to be the big difference between these two compositions. And whether or not they can close the gap, for Sunny Hills especially, is going to mean the world here, because Parkview have drafted themselves a very unique composition for the scope of this Grand Finals Best of 5. We are on that Game 5, and they are still showing us some innovation with what they want to do in these compositions. This time, it is a poke composition with both Ezreal and Zoe raining down Hellfire from a long distance away. This is a very exciting prospect to see, and not only that, they've got some point-click crowd control of their own. They've got the Volibear stun bear slap. They also have the Lulu polymorph coming from the bottom lane, Rafa. So got some tricky stuff, some setups for the Zoe bubbles and the other poke that is coming through from that champion and the Ezreal. And you get those damage come through, you get the crowd control, and Viego starts resetting. I see exactly what this composition wants to do from Parkview. And the past couple of games, we've said the same thing, and they've won. So Parkview have set themselves up very nicely here in this Game 5.
With poke compositions, we usually see a spike that comes into play during that mid game off of a strong mythic item purchase or a 2-item purchase. As we know, Ezreal's these days, the Manamune completing into the Muramana plus Divine Sundra makes him one of the strongest mid-game champions in the metagame right now. And I imagine that is what Parkview will be playing for, but when you look at the side of Sunny Hills, you have a lot of early game agency in this Tristana, in this Zinzao, and then Malzahar, in pre-level 6, he's going to be pushing waves. He's just going to try to look for a wave priority, but then level 6, he's going, yo, Cal Cavalier, come here mid, because you want a free kill on this Zoe? I got ulti, man. I'm going to lock her down. All you got to do is just put in damage, and then Zoe's gone. Or you can get out of lane, and you can go somewhere else. You can go to the Viego in the top lane. You can go to the Ezreal in the bottom lane. Hell, you could even go invade and try to lock down this Volibear as well. So in terms of ease of execution, Sunny Hills have picked themselves out a comp that should be, for the most part, simpler to execute. But that also depends on them being able to pick the timing windows right as well. And the earlier dragons, I imagine they should be able to contest and try to force Parkview's hand, because if you get to the mid game and you don't have that much of a lead, then trying to walk through corridors where there are sleepy trouble bubbles coming through wall smacks, then that is a scary time for Sunny Hills.
Sunny Hills are the ones with karma, though, in this game. This is the first for them in this series, and this champion is just so strong. You get to shield your entire team, you get to buff them all up, you get to speed them all up, and on top of it all, this champion is so difficult to kill if you do land that Mantra W snare too. So it's a very powerful champion, and it is up against another enchanter, so you don't have to worry about that all in on either side, really. So that is going to be pretty beneficial for these enchanters. That's going to make them a little bit more scaled up than you would otherwise expect of them, because they don't just have to worry about getting hooked by a Thresh or a Blitzcrank or a Nautilus all the time. It's just a Lulu sitting there. What you going to do? Glitter Lance me? I'm fine with that. I'll just keep shooting my Qs at you. And it's the same the other way around as well.
Both enchanters being picked in this game, it does mean that the means for engage or strong front lines have really gone by the wayside. The most durable member on the Rift here will be more than likely the Volibear.
Yep.
Xin Zhao will be a close second, and the best part of his tankiness and durability will just come from that Crescent Guard being able to ignore a lot of the range damage, which is great into a lot of carries that are trying to pelt you from a far range away. But because it is a poke composition, it's not about being able to chunk you out before you get to the objective control. And you can't pop a Crescent Guard and then just bully your way into the dragon and then start it up, because then you don't have a Crescent Guard for the fight afterwards.
It's one of the most impactful abilities to keep watch of in this game. We've got some more circles to witness here for Sunny Hill. They've got that one, and they also have the Hemo Plague. This time, Barrick is the Hemomancer for Vladimir. Blood Mage, as that word is defined. And last time we got to see mid-hard pop off on this one, didn't quite have enough damage or healing or anything like that to close it out for Sunny Hill, but this time they've got it in a different matchup up in that top lane as well, a longer lane to keep track of, and you won't have to deal with getting pushed in constantly. But you know who will is mid-hard, because Zoe, so much wave clear, so much strength, and so much range. All of these things are so powerful when it comes to clearing those waves and then roaming around and helping out your jungle.
The first few minutes max, we know that Xin Zhao and Volibear do have the ability to make proactive ganks without necessarily needing agency or prior setups from their lanes. As Volibear, you just want to run up, point and click, bear slap, stun someone. Xin Zhao, you dash onto someone, you get the 3-pronged attack, or the 3-talon strike, boom, into the knockup. Question is, do they actually want to make early game ganks, or do we just kind of see them coasting and wait for level 6 power spikes to come out from some of these solo lanes?
Rage, not quite as needy as something like a Vladimir here as he's playing the Viego this time around. You do have a lot of extra power. Really, once you hit level 2 on this champion, you get the stealth, you get the movement speed buff, you get the attack speed, all very potent spells. And you can see as soon as he hits level 2, Barrick just has to walk away. Do not want to duel this Viego whatsoever. Although saying that, Barrick does elect to take the Dark Seal in the lane, so perhaps an optimistic purchase, but also does provide you some extra sustain as the game goes on too. You do have the refillable potion, so on second recall it's a little bit stronger there. But really the Doran's Ring is a good option too for Vladimir, because it gives you extra healing now. It's not just tied to mana anymore.
The way I look at it, Max, Barrick's saying, go big or go home. And if he rolls right, then maybe it will be all that he needs. If he picks up the first 2 kills, doesn't get shut down, there's going to be a massive amount of ability power and HP thanks to his passive. He's stacking right on through for Barrick. And talking to some of our colleagues, Vladimir, don't necessarily care about ability haste or cooldown reduction anymore. All you care about is maximizing your damage output. If you get a bunch of glory stacks on this Dark Seal, I mean, you're doing exactly just that. As name more. Ooh, that is quite a bit of damage, sir.
That is a chunk. Even after the help picks shield came through, still not feeling the best about it. Cow Cavalier is thinking about making a mid gank happen, though, as Zephyr is pushing in this wave. Recall is still channeling. Yeah, it does go through. So that's a shame. Zephyr was actually walking right into him, but still just wanting to keep up the tempo in the jungle and wanting to go and clear out the Krug camp, which Terror is already doing.
Yeah, he came back with a Sheen smack, so we already know that this is not going to be a tanky bear. This is a Divine Sunderer bear. You do have this Lulu, who can provide you the extra HP and the shields in Wild Growth and the help picks, respectively. So this Volibear will be quite a bit of a threat on that first item purchase. For Sunny Hills, a little bit more durability and utility itemized for Cow Cavalier and the Xin Zhao, as you're going to be taking these camps on the top side of the map. There's no objectives to fight for towards this top half, but Hemorrhage is slightly extended against Barrack, as it is hard to push back as a Vladimir.
Things that are hard to push back. Cow Cavalier from his own jungle right here. He is taking away the wolves, but the Drake is up and available, and Terror is really vying for that Drake, that objective. Scuttle has just expired. I think that is the signal to start it up. Trying to get some priority, trying to get some vision down from Toro on. But no, instead, it's going to be a look at mid lane onto this Malzahar before the Nether Grasp is up. This might be the point of First Blood.
Well, it looks like both bottom lanes got in small recalls in, but Soonchang and Pixel were quicker to the Dragon, as now the tempo has been forced on Parkview's hand. Zephyr is teleporting straight to mid lane to make sure he can get there, but a teleport as well from Hemorrhage. Oh, Cow Cavalier wants to dedicate and commit to the Dragon, but he's taking a lot of damage smiting early onto it, but who gets it? First Blood onto the Volibear. Wait, 300 health on the Dragon, but no one's going for it now. It's just an all-out brawl in the river. The Dragon gets picked up by Zephyr at Parkview High School. They may have lost their jungler and their support, but they take down 3.
It took down 4 there, Rafa. That is 4 swift kills for Parkview. I didn't quite see who killed the Drake because there were so many blinking health bars.
It was Zoe.
Everybody
Zephyr
died.
I think Zephyr picked up a stray smite. Yeah.
Let's give this one a quick eye here so we can see what the announcer does tell us. Because, I mean, this is just a bloodbath.
Smite. See it, and then...
Zephyr did pick this one up. There it is.
There's so much chaos happening all around that, understandably, the focus is like, oh, you know what? There's a dragon. Let me just secure it real quick as they're cleaning up the rest of the fight. But, Smacks, big thing to point out here, though. Sunny Hills High, we talked about that this was... The early part of the game is where you need to be able to make the plays and start the snowball in your favor, because you want to make sure you are not in a gold deficit before you get to the part where Zoe and Ezreal are strong with their mid-game spike. They just picked up 3 kills, respectively, distributed among those 2.
It's a lot of kills, and one of them went over to Hemorrhage on the Viego, too, which is not really even better. This is another scale-heavy champion that you don't want to be feeding your kills on toward. Only good news is that Barrack picked up one for himself and didn't go down, so still this Vladimir scaling, which has been the case for Sunny Hill in the past, is here and here to stay. Being pushed into the top lane is going to have a pretty nice CS advantage depending on how many of these minions he does manage to pick up, but Cow Cavalier making his way over here, clearing out the vision, and probably just forcing Hemorrhage to recall.
Looking at the next point of contention here, Rift Herald is still up on the table. Sunny Hills, I would imagine that you need to start fighting for control on this top side of the map, because Rift Herald is going to allow you to unlock the map even further, be able to contest for points in the jungle entrances, and lay down the vision you need so that you don't run into these situations in the mid game where Zephyr and Namor are pelting you with skill shots through Fog of War. Otherwise, Sunny Hill, the timer is going to start running out real fast.
You still have this Nether Grasp, though. This is the X factor in their composition. As soon as that one does connect, if Parkview does not have the Quicksilver Sash at the ready, they will very quickly learn to regret that decision, because Nether Grasp is just a one-way ticket to the fountain. You do have the backup and the damage of your team, but good news is Zephyr is up in CS, up in kills, up in gold overall, and this Zoe, like we kept on saying in the draft phase of this game here, Rafa, if you do find yourself on the wrong side of a wall, on the wrong side of a Zoe bubble, you will also meet the same fate of a Nether Grasp, and Zoe's bubble is way lower of a cooldown than Malzahar Ultimate.
Sunny Hills, back on the flip side, taking a look at some of the gold here. It's just under 2,000 in advantage for Parkview High School. The next dragon is up in about 1 minute and 10 seconds here. Rift Herald was secured by Terror, but thanks to the fact that Hemorrhage is able to get wave control and the first shove against Barrack. Now might be looking towards this mid lane to start knocking down some Rift Herald plates. Cal Cavalier sitting in this bush, protecting mid hard, potentially trying to get a shove in and a recall before this next dragon. He doesn't have teleport, so I don't think a recall is in the cards here, Smacks, but they're going to walk over it and start clearing out vision.
It's a good time to remember that Sunny Hill, not only are they down in this game, they're down to 1,500 gold. They're also at the wrong end of the momentum in this series. They just lost the last 2 games after winning the first 2. They are on the brink of being fully reverse swept in the finals of the PlayVS Cup. The pressure has never been higher in these kids' League of Legends games. They're trying to pick up this second Drake of the game. It's going to be uncontested, but for Barrack, you have to back away. The members are piling on under this turret. You're already rather low.
Terror has come through. Stormbreaker is going to disable the turret for quite some time. Barrack, he doesn't have a stopwatch. He flashes away from Hemorrhage, but there's just so many members to deal with. The Dragon does get secured by Sunny Hills High School, and Barrack does manage to trade one back. Meanwhile, Torawan, this is not the right safe passage back to lane. Cal Cavalier being able to cut them off, and now Namor is all stuck by himself in between these 2 turrets. Soon Chang and Pixel trying to knock down this minion wave quick, as we're going to take a replay. Might be able to get out of safe.
Terror. We see this one happen onto Barrack. I'm curious to see how Hemorrhage actually ends up dying. See in the bottom left of your screen, a flash was forced. Does he just get...
Oh! Wait.
Wait, what? How did he die? Was it... I feel like that was a Viego bug. I feel like...
Oh, I don't know.
I feel like he had more HP, max HP, than Barrack, and then when he transformed into Barrack, he just died because he had less max HP. I feel like it was something like that. I think that was a bug.
Well, you know what, Max? I don't know if that's for us to determine. We'll just have to continue, see how the game plays out. But for Namor, did manage to make it out alive. Cal Cavalier, as had to burn both of his summoners to make sure that he didn't fall to the Demacian Spearmaster himself. Sunny Hills High trying to make moves on the map, trying to push their advantage wherever they can. As it was we pointed out before, this mid-game spike that is coming in probably by the 20-minute mark is when we should expect to see the Divine Sunder completed for Namor. This Muramana fully stacked up as well. The Lunan Tempest is already completed for Zephyr, so now just waiting on the Sorcerer Pen boots, and this is where this composition is going to be at its strongest.
champions are going to look to take that next Drake of the game. I believe this is the third Drake of the game. The Sunny Hills were able to take down the second one. Just the turret platings are falling here. You can see that Sunny Hills, they were able to take a couple in both mid and bottom lane, but that full first turret was taken top thanks to the Rift Herald earlier from Terror. So a ton of extra gold does mean that these mythics are all completed on the top side of the map for Parkview. And going to be very deadly when it comes to this next Drake fight in 2 minutes time. And the poke as well is just going to be crazy too. For Sunny Hill, they have all of these champions that have a tough time getting kited, you know? Because you see Xin Zhao, you see Vladimir, you see Malzahar. If you are trying to just go straight toward Zoe and Ezreal, you're going to get hit by a million Mystic shots and a bubble. By that time, they've probably killed you 3 times over. It's not what you want. So for Sunny Hill, they need to find some flank angles. Pronto.
You know how you set up flank angle smacks? You got to get into the heart of the enemy's jungle. You got to lay down vision. You got to get wards down and make sure that all the control wards are eliminated as well, so that Parkview don't know that the flanks are coming, or that they can't go in and sweep them out themselves. Next dragon, that third dragon you're talking about, this is a minute coming up. See Zephyr clearing out some vision on this topside river. If mid-hard is able to get the shove in, maybe you can coordinate, get some vision down into this bottom jungle. But already Namor and Torwan have rotated towards the mid lane. Make sure they get the shove in. And as the dragon is about to tick in the next 50 seconds, they might actually just go for the Rift Herald instead. They have time to burn both down and walk over for the dragon before it spawns.
I really like this play here from Parkview. Just trying to get the monopoly in the river. All of these objectives all at the same time. Don't think this is going to be contested at all, but mid-hard teleports back into the mid lane, trying to not lose any more of that mid lane's turret health. Meanwhile, Hemorrhage might find himself on the wrong side of a dive. And the stealth. Nice control ward from Sunchang just to get some more damage down, but
I like that.
Turbo Chem Tank Zoe!
I miss hearing you just bellow Turbo Chem Tank, man. Good times. As Cal Cavalier going to try to engage right onto Terra, but does he have the follow-up here? Pops the Crescent Guard, but just gets the smackdown from Terra with the Stormbreaker. Barrett coming out of nowhere. Wild Growth is going to keep him alive, but just as I say that, the Voidlings, the damage over time from mid-Hard's Malzahar is enough to take down the Giant Bear, and Sunchang dashing in right onto Navor's face, but he gets a face full of Mystic Shots and Paddle Stars.
So he's dead.
Sunchang is now dead, but a flash over the wall, mid-Hard, falling over the Q, and Barrick should be able to follow up on the Tower 1. Just one more draining. He's on it range! Sunny Hills, though. This is a chaotic game, Smacks.
You can say that again, Rafa. This is a chaotic game as Sunny Hills, I think they are going to lock in themselves with this third Drake of the game, the first of many mountains. There have been so many mountain drakes on this series today, Rafa. But anyway, that fight was so crazy. Namor does survive the entire time, but I want to highlight the support, Torawan, in this one. Because the polymorph is so crucial to deny the Crescent Guard from happening earlier, and then the Wild Growth onto Terror cancels out the Malzahar ultimate, saving his life for a moment's time. The Liandry's ends up killing him anyway, but Torawan really saved this fight from other forms of disaster. But on the flip side, mid-hard was so nuts. This timing on Malzahar, that's not an easy ability to time. Oh, whew.
This is game 5, Smacks. It is what it all is about. You know, flashes everywhere. And you can see how desperate both of these teams are starting to get, where stakes are so high. And it's been such a long day. Back and forth games for both of these teams. And now slug it out for one last game. They are giving it their all. And through the chaos, through all the fighting, the gold lead is still slightly in Parkview's favor, but Sunny Hills are not that far behind. The thing we have to keep mentioned, though, Smacks, is now More Mana hasn't been completed yet by Namor, but it's about to come online. He hasn't given up his life yet, or he hasn't died. So now we're going to be approaching soon the point where Parkview are going to be super deadly, and Sunny Hills High, they're going to have to really rely on strong execution and target selection to be able to deal with these members. If you can engage onto the back line before they get poked down, then maybe you can turn around some of these fights.
Fights are the name of the game here in this game. And in this series, too, both of these teams have fought tooth and nail just to secure this 5th and final game. Oh, man. So much riding on just these next few minutes in this final game of League of Legends for today, for the PlayVS Cup, for their entire season that has lasted months and months. This is the last one. We're seeing that they're still playing reserve. They're still thinking about every single move that each and every one of them needs to be making. For Sunny Hills, they've got these 2 dragons to work with. Only 2 more between them and the soul point. Finding the extra drakes, the extra resistances, the extra shields. Really big deal in a game like this where the fights are so crucial. But for Parkview, they just won the last 2 games off the back of their team fighting, off the back of their decision-making when it came down to the very clutch moments, came down to the neutral objectives, the Baron fights. Some of them stolen away. We don't have to talk about that right now. But they have showed the resilience. They have come back in this series. They lost the first 2 games. They won the next. Brought us all the way here. They could potentially get that reverse sweep, and that would cement Rafa as the biggest caster cursor of all time because he's the one who said the Cloud9 thing.
Don't put that on me, man! I just wanted to see 5 games. I didn't want to curse any team, but that's not on me, Smacks. It is on the players.
You knew what you were
execute. No, don't. That's not fair. Please. 55 seconds out for the 4th dragon of the game. Parkview High School currently having had pushed in the top and the bottom lanes. Huge waves coming in. For Sunny High School, there's teleports available from Barrack and Midhard, so they can go catch these waves, but it is so important for them to get to the objectives first that they are not even bothering dealing with the waves. Teleport coming in from Zephyr to make sure that he is here, ready for the fight. Dragon spawns in 30 seconds.
Rafa, tell me one other champion that would build Divine Sunder and Zonias as the first 2 items of the game. Terror is going in, and he's not going out.
He is there for the long haul, but that's a massive amount of movement speed. They fly forward. Tor 1 is gone. No more Enchanter, and the movement speed that is available, they just pressed the NOS button and went right for it, but they burned Hemoplague, they burned Nether Grasp, and the Crescent Guard, so they no longer have ultimate abilities to deal with this, and it's, that's a lot of poke.
The reset!
It's going in for the reset shutdown from Hemorrhage, and now Parkview High School, they know that there's ultimate abilities from Sunny Hills to be able to fight back, but Sucheng, it's going to be on to him to try to turn it around, but Zephyr flashing forward to block the damage away, and Namor and Zephyr are the last members standing.
It all started out with Torowan getting the treatment from the Malzahar ultimate, from the movement speed from Karma. He did not participate in the fight at all as we get to watch this one yet again. Midhard positioning up, trying to find somebody to use the Nether Grasp onto. There it is. I wonder if he was trying to hit Hemorrhage, but it's the Lulu who dies either way. Man, Zephyr deals so much damage. Let's watch this Paddle Star and what it does here. Boom! 3 members just get nuked. Triggers the initiation from Hemorrhage. who actually gets bursted as well. He doesn't get that many resets, but it is still Parkview who come out ahead with this one, even after Soon Chang tries his hardest.
It was a heal?
Yeah, Zephyr
Oh my
goes and gets the heal and the flash to save the day. The heads-up play from Zoe in these crucial moments is what is pushing Parkview toward this reverse sweep as they just picked up that second Drake of their team.
Yeah, pulled ahead with a 3,000 gold advantage now. Smacks 2 dragons to their name. Mountain Soul could equally go to either team, but now when you look at Sunny Hills High and their composition, and the next time that they can come back into this game, they have to rely on picks as Terra's going to walk right in. Nethergrass comes out. Wild Growth is going to try to buy some time. Cal Cavalier popping the present guard, putting away all the damage from a distance. They take down Torwa, not even needing the Nethergrass, and Soon Chang has an opportunity to go for resets. Gets the Buster Shot, doesn't do enough damage to a Hemorrhage. Now has another reset opportunity for Hemorrhage, though. Just needs a rocket jump. There it is. That's a triple, but Soon Chang might be routed out here. Zephyr's going to look for over the wall here. Triple bubble goes wide. Soon Chang will keep his life. It's Cal Cavalier gets the... This could be trouble for Cal Cavalier. We got a teleport coming in, though. This is going to be from mid-hard. No Nethergrass available, but they can rout him off. But Namor just takes out Soon Chang from across the wall.
Oh, Namor is so clutch on this Ezreal. 6 kills now. He's got only 2 items, but still is able to deal so much damage. He's arcane shifting into the fights. And again, this is exactly what Sunny Hill want to do in a game like this. They want to get these picks off. They want to chunk out the members before the main form of engage actually comes through. There's also a teleport from Vladimir, from Barrack, to route out the members again. Soon Chang does find this triple kill in the end, but it's the poke members of Zephyr and Namor who reign supreme after it all. You cannot dive into these members. They're so good at kiting away, and they've actually started up on the Baron too. You can see in the bottom left of your screen. Soon Chang dies here, but he's alive for this. I didn't see who got the Baron.
Oh, it's Parkview High. They're able to just burn it down. And a true shot barrage coming from Namor chunks out a majority of the members from Sunny Hills High. Baron being secured for the opposition means that Parkview High now have the next couple of minutes to just start wailing away on these turrets. And because of this poke and siege comp, this is where they are at their peak strengths, Max.
Extending the gold lead, extending the map lead, and extending their series lead, which they have not had for all 5 games. They had to fight their way to tie the series just a couple of minutes ago. By couple, I mean about an hour. But they're here. In this final game, they have a huge lead. They're going to rally around this Drake, this 5th dragon of the game. In the 5th series, how fitting. So we get over to this position. Sunny Hills scouted out this bush. They scouted out the wards. Dropped a few of them. Midhard has the Nethergrass. You better not walk in here, Parkview.
Oh, look at over the wall. They did it. Nethergrass on a Hemorrhage. He didn't know where the rest of the members had gone. The entire river had been snuffed out. And Hemorrhage, no fault against him. He didn't know where they were walking, but they're going to try to lock down mid-hard. He doesn't have Nethergrass. He pops the stopwatch, tries to buy some time. Wild Growth following up on the engage from Terror. Cal Cavalier being traded for jungler, but Soon Chang now has the opportunity to just go off, and these fights. Barrack takes down Namor, gets a huge shutdown. Zephyr, all by his lonesome now, has the Ignite. As a flash, it's going to keep them at bay with the Sleepy Trouble bubble, but the dragon is alive, and you know that's where Sunny Hills want to go next.
That's exactly what they're going to do, Rafa. Nobody wanted to take that bubble and go kill Zephyr, so he does end up surviving. But Namor takes his first death of the game. Sunny Hills now at soul points. And again, they have all this vision control. They're first to the river. They're first to the pit. There's no way that Hemorrhage could get out of that one. He does not have a Quicksilver Sash. He instead went for the Wit's End. Does end up falling, and that's exactly, again, what Midhard needs to do. Excellent stasis to deny all of that extra damage. It is Cow Cavalier who dies, but watch what Barrick does in this fight. He does not care about the kiting from the Ezreal, all the movement speed, all the distance that he's able to close with the Rocket Belt. Oh, it's just so clutch.
One of the things that we didn't get a chance to mention, Smacks, is a lot of the early agency we were harping about that Sunny Hills, they needed to make sure that they got the lead early so that they didn't have to deal with this mid-game spike from Parkview High School. But Barrick on this Vladimir is the one factor that can set up this team for success the later the game goes, because every time he completes an item that is a higher threshold at which he can just 100 to 0 someone, and there's no tanks. There's no one that is that incredibly durable on the side of Parkview High School. It is a bunch of squishy members. You got a Volibear who went Divine Sunderer into Zhonya's Hourglass, so that in terms of raw tank stats, it's not entirely there. So Barrick, with this Rocket Belt and the Death Cap completion, he is already doing insane amount of damage. And that is before level 16. Yeah. He is one level away from hitting just Omega level 9,000 nuke levels of damage.
I would wager to say that it is over 9,000 at that point.
You damn right it is.
Almost at that. You see Namor has now paid the suppression tax. He has the Quicksilver Sash. He cannot get hit by the Malzahar ultimate unless Midhard wants to waste it. So we are getting to the final moments of this game, the final moments of this series. 30 minutes have now gone by on the Rift. Sun Cheng picking up the red buff to deal as much damage as possible. Has a stopwatch. Almost has the Guardian Angel completed too, so a little bit extra safety here on the marksman here for Sunny Hill. All these members getting ready for the fight of the series, of the tournament, of the cup. 70 seconds until Baron's up. Pushing this mid wave in here, Rafa. Oh, if I'm these kids, you gotta just be so zoned in right now. The adrenaline's pumping. There's nothing else you could be thinking about right now other than winning the next fight, clicking everybody to death.
Yeah, for Parkview High, they're still using their composition at their peak strength, at their stride. Being able to poke out the members of Sunny Hills. The only thing that Sunny Hills can do, they cannot contest the majority of these turrets as the minion waves are coming in. But when it comes to these fights, now that Barrick is about to hit the level 16 mark, if he finds a flank angle, teleport is available for both him and Midhard. The last time they made the engage work, it was just Shurelia's from Pixel into the Mantra Inspire to give them the movement speed boost to close the distance onto a priority target. The vision control was imperative as well for Sunny Hills to make that successful. Baron is actually about to spawn. Look at how they are positioning, prioritizing potentially this objective over the dragon instead.
First to the river yet again for Sunny Hill. Ooh, they don't spot out that ward right there, so don't quite have the extra stealth that you would expect. Park, you know that they're not under threat of losing the Baron at this time. The Baron and the Drake could very well be on the Rift at the same exact time, and for Sunny Hill, that's a pretty good position to be in because your opponents do not want you to have either of them. One is potentially a game-ending siege buff. The other is a permanent health bonus, resistance bonus, tankiness bonus that never goes away until one Nexus explodes. You do not want to give that buff over to the opposition. Still end up seeing here, it's looking like that's exactly what Sunny Hill are looking to do. Drake up in 20 seconds. They have some vision in the topside river, so they know that Parkview aren't yet going to trade this. Sunny Hill looks like there might just be a fight over this Drake.
Watch for the Sleepy Trouble bubbles in this corridor. This choke is going to be so imperative for Parkview to defend. Midhard is all by his lonesome. Cavalier taking the blast cone over the wall, but Parkview don't bite. Sunny Hills, still poised around. It is up to
Here
Parkview
comes.
to try and get some poke down. They don't get that much down.
Whoa!
Terror gonna try to buy some time. Stormbreaker but gets annihilated, and the Crescent Guard is blocking a lot of range damage. Barrick goes into the backline, flashes out before he takes down Torwan and Hemorrhage. And now there's a numbers advantage for Sunny Hills, but members, HP bars are somewhat low. Zephyr's gonna have to go in. He denies the Mountain Soul in Game 5!
He got the Drake, Rafa! It's 3-3! The next Drake fight will happen in 5 minutes! He saved them! 5 whole minutes of time of waiting after losing this fight. The movement speed came through. The suppression onto Terror was enough to knock him down. Everybody on Sunny Hills was able to survive this all. But it's all about Zephyr. Right here, right now, over this wall with the Paddle Star. The most clutch steal of all time. And they're doing the Baron?
But Sunny Hills, they saw the Hail Marys that Parkview pulled time and time again. They're going to find a priority target on Terror, and they just eviscerate him from the map. One member down for Parkview. The Baron being taken up by Sunny Hills High School as Hemorrhage is going to try to corral this minion wave in, but Sunny Hills are going to be able to respond quick, and now Baron on their side. They have the siege buff. They didn't get the Mountain Soul. That will be up in 3.5 minutes time. And I imagine that if the game doesn't end by then, that is where we will see the moments of the game conclusion come together here, Smacks.
This is the final moments of the final moments now. You said final a lot of times in this game, admittedly. But it's completely warranted, I think. This game has delivered the hype, delivered the excitement. It's delivered the neutral objective steals that have been going on all throughout today. You could make a highlight reel of just those, but it's Sunny Hill who are wearing purple right now. Sunny Hill who are marching down the mid lane. They do not care about the side lanes right now. They want to siege this down. They want to take some of these structures. They want to set themselves up so that they can have all the advantages that they need to progress, that they need to get the potential Mountain Soul. They could also be looking to try to end the game right now if they find some way to get in, but no flank means that you have to go through all these Mystic Shots, all the Sleepy Trouble Bubbles, and that's just so impossible to actually accomplish for Sunny Hill. So they back away, and save their Baron buff for another day, and they might just be recalling.
They saw that Zephyr was trying to push out the top side of the map, taking an advantage and getting that second tier mid turret off the map. Scuttle Crab will be secured. It's going to give them a little bit of vision in this river, but the Baron buff seems to be expiring soon. Their ability to siege will be gone. With the next 2 minutes on the map, it would be the quietest before they get ready for this dragon. Both teams, it is Mountain Soul, do or die for both of these teams, and we're going to be seeing them contesting the mid and the bottom waves, making sure that they get the push in so that they can walk in and make sure that the vision control is on their side, because remember, Parkview High School, they have the poke. They have the ability to play through the chokes and the corridors of the walls.
The speed.
These triple bubbles, this is a lot of movement speed being engaged by Sunny Hills, but the distance is too large to close down successfully. Dragon still another minute and 15 seconds before it spawns.
Midhard doesn't quite have the flash available yet, so can't close the distance on any one single target. It's a crucial summoner spell to be missing. I believe it will be up for the dragon, as will all of the flashes and all of the summoner spells. Everybody will be primed and ready to go. Soon Chang now has full build with that Storm Razor purchase on this Tristana. It's 80% crit. It's got the Guardian Angel on lock. This is a very powerful Tristana. Not quite level 18, so not the most range you could possibly have. But 16 is pretty close. About as good as you can expect. Drake is going to be up in 30 seconds. To see Sunny Hill, they're trying to push out these waves. Nobody can care about top lane right now. Nothing over there is going to help you get this dragon. I don't even know if it's going to be worth it to send anyone over there who has teleport. You just have to get here first. What we're seeing here, mid-hard. He has ult.
Oh, okay. Another grass right on the Terror. Hemorrhage is going to try to find an opportunity on the mid-hard, but both are popping stopwatches. Zony's Hourglass gets expended. Terror is gone. Cal Cavalier using the Crescent Guard to great success, making sure that Namor cannot get any damage down with those missing shots. Barrack on the sideline gets chunked out by Namor, though, and the Paddle Star having to flash backwards, trying to keep his distance away, but Namor picks him up, but the Mountain Soul will be secured by Sunny Hills. Namor, Tor 1 and Zephyr still alive, but they can't pick up any stragglers. Sunny Hills walking away with the Mountain Soul on their side means that the durability and the tankiness has just been amped up to 11.
Oh, Namor was so close with his Mystic Shot to stealing away the soul. Didn't quite do it, but look at mid-hard here. He gets the jump on the bear, and the Zhonya's Hourglass is just not enough to keep him alive right here. Meanwhile, on the bottom left of your screen, you can see Barrack is running down Zephyr, but look how much damage this Paddle Star does.
Bro.
It's like 2,000 damage. Then Barrack has to flash away, still gets hit by that Mystic Shot by Namor. Watch this next one. Oh my. Left it with 100 HP from the Ezreal Q there. Ridiculously close. This might mean the rest of the game, the rest of the fights go over to Sunny Hills with the extra durability that this buff does provide them.
Baron is about to go live in 30 seconds.
Oh no,
the grass on the
again.
Terror. They found him once again. Does he have Zonya's stopwatch? This time he uses Stormbreaker as a disengaged form, using the flash as well. Cal Cavalier flick into the big back line. Zephyr is shut down. They've taken out the mid laner for Parkview High School. Is it enough to encourage Sunny Hills to go for a siege and just run it down through the Nexus?
Ooh, Barrack is going to be teleporting onto the minion wave. They might have just found it, Rafa. 40 seconds of time where the solo laners of Parkview are unavailable for this game. Going to be a teleport out of that cannon minion.
34 seconds. On Parkview's solo laners, Terra and Namor and Tor 1 have to perform a miracle to defend the base. They have to clear the minion wave, but Sunny Hills high, they're just going to charge forward. Tor 1's gone, Namor's gone, and Sunny Hills, they have done it! Through thick and thin, in the face of a potential reverse sweep, say no! We are here to stay and take the grand final title!
Oh, they deny the Rafa curse. It is a 3-2 in the end. They do take the finals. They take their 3 Nexuses with a little bit of nonsense in between, but they got there in the end. What a long series. What a long day. A long fight. They may not have won all the battles, but they sure did win the war. Congratulations. The PlayVS Cup champions are Sunny Hills High School today.
Emerging as the finalists and representing California to get to this moment, to be pushed to their limits in a Game 5 scenario where Parkview High School, representing Virginia, on the brink of a reverse sweep. You could see the tension and the stress and the anxiety to a point that not only me and Smacks were showing, but also in Sunny Hills. They could see the fear. They could see the game and the title slipping away. But in this Game 5, they buckled down. They went through the rough phase of that super aggressive and oppressive poke and siege comp from Parkview High School. They even had to go through a Mountain Soul denial that was incredibly clutched by Zephyr. It was still not enough for Parkview High School because Sunny Hills, they clenched through it all, and they came out on top and emerged victorious here, Smacks. And I just... oh my god. I want to say more.
Confetti cannon or something.
Yeah, we need streamers. We need explosions, we need fireworks and everything. That is, I need the party horns as well, man, to celebrate this massive victory for Sunny Hills. Because seriously, job well done incredible congratulations to all of you. And it honestly, thank you to everyone who participated in this Play versus Spring 2021 high school championship circuit that we had the absolute pleasure of being able to watch unfold. It was insane to watch all these young players fight through tooth and nail to get to this point. And all we have to say is thank you for giving me and Smacks an incredible ride of our lives these past 2 months. Please go ahead and congratulate Sunny Hills High once more. Send them your love and support for a job well done, and a massive thank you to all the rest of the high schools that participated in this insane tournament run. Thank you so much. And on behalf of Play versus staff, broadcast talent, and crew, we'll hopefully see you next time later in the year, and have a good night.